Hey, what's going on, everyone? And welcome to Art Plate with G and Mark from Shed Talk, if I can get it out. Just want to give a quick shout out to Funkin' Hungry members, Dogface and Stylesy. Appreciate the support. And we'll go through the chat quickly. Also, we have someone lurking, and it's not the naked guy. Paul,
Hey,
welcome. We'll
It's
quickly go
not the
through the chat.
naked guy. That's
Yeah,
hilarious.
the
Love
naked
it.
guy. There was other people in the chat. It seems that it's started again, but we have Stylesy, some plonker called Funkin' Hungry, whoever that is, and we have Peter as well, in the Mark's shed. He's in Mark's shed, hiding back there somewhere. So how are you there, Mark and Mrs. Austin?
I'm doing well, thanks, G. And g'day, Pete. Thanks for being here. G'day, Stylesy, and everyone else in the chat. And hello to Mrs. Austin. How you doing?
Good. I took a 6 hour nap earlier. So I was like,
I know.
I'm gonna be so when I saw you guys I saw the message. When I got the message, actually the light of my phone went off when the message went through and I looked at the time and I was like, I don't know
Also,
if I
we
can
got
stay
trouble
awake
back
today.
here. So everyone better be on their best behavior, yeah? Otherwise they'll get
Oh no.
the
Karate chop?
royal prawn. Yeah.
Oh,
So
hi.
basically I took a long enough nap that I was like, yeah, I'm awake. I can hang out. I can come say hi.
Well, thank you very much
Sure.
for doing that, Mrs. Austin. We know there's a big time difference for you over in the good old US of A.
Well,
Hi, Mrs. Austin.
I don't have an excuse to not listen to the lives now. So I sit and try to go. I'll do a third of Funk and Hungry, and then I'll pop over to Mark's channel and I'll watch a third of it, and then I'll pop over to the G channel and I'll watch the last part of it. So I try to give everybody some love because I know when I'm here live, I can watch all. I can be on at least two because I've got two devices, and then I'll tell Ryan which one are you watching, and so we can at least the two of us can give some watch hours to the live and everything. So when you guys are live, but yeah, the weather was really nice for 2 days, and then it just decided to just rain all day today. So by 4 o'clock, I was like, oh, I'm gonna go to bed now. I'm gonna take a nice little
Was the
nap.
old man snoring?
Yeah, he's definitely snoring now. He
Snoring
woke
or
up.
snoring?
He'd have been asleep for about 15 minutes when I woke up. So he had just went to bed when I woke up, and I was like, "That's like how it usually is. Like I'll go to bed when he's getting up to go to work." When we would do the live, so I was giggling. That I was like, "Well, I want to get up." I was like, "I'm gonna stay up." So I drank some coffee. That's
Bit
why
of
I'm
a
all
rotation.
huh?
Speaking of rotation, we have Becky's Fishing Adventures, Mr. Ha Ha himself, saying, "Hey, everyone."
Right, this is naughty. So
I had
Peter's
my
saying
adult.
his internet's slow right now. He's catching up. That's all right. We're still catching up, all of us, in one way or another.
Yep. We
How
sure
does
are.
drinking soft drink, or you're probably as familiar as the word soda, Mrs. Austin?
So I had
Soft
me
drink.
Some
some
European people
caffeine
may know that as fizzy drink,
fizzy drink. I know it is
Fizzy, yeah.
fizzy drink. So I had me one of these.
carbonated
That's
beverage.
energy drink.
Oh,
That's energy
it's an
drink.
Oh,
yeah.
C4, yeah, I've seen them around supermarkets and that around in that. C4.
So I added
Fish Tim
yeah,
added
Brad. I
this.
think Mark had to run to the shops to get a fresh packet of Tim Tams.
Oh, yeah.
So I added that
Wish I had my
to
glasses,
this,
but yeah.
and so I'm wide awake and medicated.
I wish I could get
natural as
$42 an
possible.
hour.
I'm awake. I'm awake, and I'm about wide. I have a small little bit of caffeine in my Yorkshire tea.
Okay.
Keep me
Becky,
going
you're
all
making me
night.
jealous. I wish I could get $42 an hour. Making me jealous.
Bit of a shout out. G'day, Brad. Thanks for being here.
Brad.
Yeah, he mentioned Tim
Cody.
Tam, so Mark's getting excited.
Ooh. What is a fresh Tim Tam? Is that somebody cooked it for you?
Well,
Cocky.
I suppose fresh out of the packet is probably more
Okay.
G's
Okay.
thinking.
Yeah, like when you open up that packet, you get a bit of a funkin' hungry whiff, and it puts a wag in your tail.
Wagtail too, and kangaroo. Sorry. always here 1 second, after off the next. My brain. Sorry about that.
I wonder what a fresh Tim Tam would taste like. So fresh off the conveyor belt and into the gullet like a pelican. Just open your mouth and just drop them in.
Well, I'm assuming you could do something to the
After about $30
Tim Tam to make it. Like warm it up. I mean, I don't know. It's chocolate.
Put it in a very low oven. Just sit it down.
Yeah.
Put it to bed like it's a baby. Put a blanket over it, pillow.
Little toasty.
Make sure it's comfortable. Make it a little toasty.
I mean, we deep fry everything else, so I'm sure somebody's deep fried a Tam Tam.
Oh,
ooh.
A deep fried Mars bar goes pretty all right. Coming up with ideas. When we need to open up a restaurant now, and the main idea is just deep fry it all. Even the neighbour's cat, put it in the deep fryer in the Tim Tam.
I love the neighbor's cat.
Oh no. Paul's living on the edge.
No.
Tim Tams that was expired a week ago. Oh no.
Now is that the shelf life one? Is that that shelf life at we get the shelf life where it's like best back in when we were kids, it was a shelf life, you literally don't eat it past this date, and now it's best.
You get best before, and you get used by normally.
At this point, it's gonna start breaking down.
Except for some Coopers drink, Robo 55 has is best after date, where you can drink it after a certain date. Gets better with age.
Yeah, so you don't drink it until the best. You don't. It's normally best before, not best after. Otherwise, you have to wait a few years, and then you're like, oh god, best after. Finally, we can have this.
Yeah.
Well, like a wine.
Yeah, exactly. My thoughts exactly.
After for a wine, right, and a cheese. You have a best after for a cheese, too. So definitely have those ones. But I don't know. It's
you missed the cheese. That was last week. The Cheesepiracy.
I watched. That was very informative.
Very cheesy.
Very informative.
Well, I cannot
disagree.
I was fixing up David's computer last week. That's why it didn't come on. Because I was fixing up David's computer. That's why
neighbour's computer. For anyone listening, I'm doing hand quotes right about now. You have to go see a neighbour about a computer, if you know what I mean. Roger was out on a hot date.
I wish. Unless this neighbour's about 80 years old. I don't go after 80-year-old women.
Well, at least you won't. She won't get away from you.
Yeah. Considering she's been married for about 50 years, my knowledge.
Yeah, pretty bored by now, Roger.
Well, they say variety's the spice of life.
That's it. 5 Tim Tams is like the equivalent of snorting anthrax off a shiny toilet. Brad's already off on one. I thought I came up with some crazy stuff, but Brad puts me to shame sometimes.
Oh, shame. Had to say it. Sorry. Bit childish of me.
We all bring out our inner child when we do a little bit of live Saturday nights.
I was going to put them in the naughty corner, but instead I just brought them up so everyone can see the shame.
Smart ass Paul.
Yeah.
I was 15 back in 95. Oh, I wish you ever
Back,
had that.
back when you was a young prawn. Had a couple of prawns last night. They tasted quite good. Felt bad though, having them, and no, I didn't.
I'm sure they were delicious.
Well, they were. They're like one of those godlike foods, where you just wonder how it can taste so good. The bugs of the sea.
Yes. Yep, that's for sure. So what's new, G? What's been happening in your world?
Oh, you beat me to it. I was just about to say, how was everyone's week? Oh, yeah, I'm all right. Trying to, yeah. On Funkin' Hungry, as most people know, there was a local pizza house that someone ordered $600 worth of pizza and never paid for. So it was being posted on certain social media. So I just thought, oh, yeah, I'm Funkin' Hungry. I eat food and talk nonsense while doing so. So ordered a bit of pizza, tried to give them a bit of a promo, but they ended up being on the news and stuff anyway. So
Yeah, you did.
it was
You did, or the person did?
No, the pizza place.
The pizza place and the situation that happened. So yeah, they got a lot of publicity. But I did have a chat to the delivery driver. He was a lovely bloke. We had a bit of a chat and talked about what happened. I said, yeah, I'll do reviews. So I'm going to do a bit of a review. So I
I don't
just
know. I
spent
think that
my
makes.
Friday just.
Sorry.
What was that?
I think it makes sense that you do a review, because I was like,
Yeah.
how can I help pay it forward to that business being in the United States? Like, I could send you a super chat, or I could sign up as my membership, and my request be that you order something from there, and so that is still paying it forward for me to do for that company, for that business. Because I was like, I'm gonna send him a super chat right now, and I'm like, ooh, but wait, I'm gonna need to ask him, like, what's the pasta dishes look like the pricing, so that I can super chat you the price of one of the pastas, so that my review is, I want to see one of the pasta reviews, like, you know what I mean? I want to see, or I want to see, like you mentioned in one of your comments, like you might do salads, and I'm like, dude, then I'm gonna buy you a salad. I want a review of a salad at one of these pizza joints, because in the United States, that's what we're known for: pizza and salad at a pizza joint. Breadsticks, buffalo wings, but that's what you predominantly would eat at a pizza joint. So, thinking to myself, well, I want to help pay forward to that business that had that issue. I'm like, oh, thinking, let me know what the other menus items are on their ordering service, so that I can super chat you one of those and request, one of those. I think that would be a good way for me, being in the United States, or someone else from being out of state, who, we can call a pizza place and be like, I want to order a pizza, I'm gonna pay for it, but I'm not ever gonna get it. So how can I, do you have a kind of service where, a needy family in the area, do needs a pizza for the dinner, here you go, I'm going to pay it forward, because it's not like you can get that pizza being in a whole other state. So I think it's pretty cool opportunity for you doing stuff like that, not just because it's local, but because I think a lot of other food places, like, that'd be cool, like once a week, to highlight on your channel a needy family, or a local community service, that takes donations. Hey, here's a place that does this, I'm going to go do this, I can be the moderator for you donating to them as well, because you're not in the area, or like me, not in the country. you know so I think that's pretty cool, even if they did put it on the news. You doing that to your corner. I'm not going to watch your news. I don't see your news, your local news. So I think it's beneficial. I would appreciate it. As that business.
Yeah.
My question is that obviously the owner of the business, or the person who took the order, they probably get some large orders at times, but is there any sort of safeguards that they can ask for a deposit or something like that?
Yeah, a lot of people is complaining, or you get all those negative sort of people saying, "Oh, they should have taken either a deposit or whatever." It just seems like they was probably excited that they had such a big order, and I guess they
Mm.
just got to work on it, and I guess they didn't really, whoever did it must have been pretty, sounded pretty genuine. They must have,
Yeah,
been pretty
look, I'm
pretty
I'm not
convincing.
complaining. I feel sorry for the business, and
Yeah, yeah,
it was a good outcome. But just you'd have to, because I've heard of stories like this before, where
yeah.
somebody in America somewhere, uh,
They do it. Yeah, they do
yeah,
it.
it was, who was it? Oh, that's right. I think it was one of those car shows, and a guy came in and he said, "Oh yeah, I." He sold himself. He said, "Oh yeah, I think it was might have been the guy from Grease Monkey or whatever Grease
Yeah,
Monkey
yeah,
Garage." Had a
yeah.
guy come in, or one of those similar garages. Had a guy
Hmm.
come in and said, "Oh, I want 6, Mustangs or whatever it was," and
Hmm.
oh yeah, I'm all legit. I work for J.P. Morgan, blah blah blah.
Hmm.
Now, for those of you who don't know, J.P. Morgan is a very big business organization in the US.
Very big, yeah.
And
A lot of these companies do like this as like a raffle or a donation or
yeah,
a collaboration with that brand. So for them to come in and request 6 modified of the same vehicle, that makes sense to companies
yeah,
like that because they do a lot of corporate type event things, and that
mm,
sounds like a corporate type event that
yeah.
JP Morgan would be
So,
putting on for.
so what happened was they made the cars in a special order, and they pushed them out real short time. They got them on these car carriers and sent them out, and of
Mm.
course, hey presto, no money turns up, and of course they try and contact the guy, and nowhere to be
Yeah.
seen. And this was going back quite a few years ago, and the last I heard was that I think they were getting close to finding the guy who ripped him off. But so this, the moral of the story is, and scams come in all sorts of situations, and people do it just to get the kick out of it too, and
Yeah.
Oh,
you
there's
know,
an automotive scam that goes on in the United States and people don't realize is going on.
mm,
There are vehicles that are in some form salvaged but brand new. Like we're on a lot and a hailstorm came through. They will buy the salvage titles for these vehicles at a fraction of the price of it being on the lot. And then they will turn around and try to sell that same lease for that vehicle. So you will purchase the lease of the vehicle when you pay them, but you don't actually purchase the rights of the vehicle because in that state there's 2 different permits that you need to have to own a vehicle. So it's a huge scam that goes on. There are 30 people that own the lease to this vehicle at this price, but they don't own the title to it. They don't own they just own a contract that says you lease this vehicle that's sitting here damaged for $6,500 to say that it's yours. So that you can write it
Yeah.
on tax documentation that says that you have an asset that you don't actually have that's worth this original on the lot market price.
so when somebody's getting paid money to do this.
Legally sell you a fraction of this vehicle and state that you own this vehicle as an asset. It's worth $127,000, but you only own you paid $6,500 to have your name on the lease of this vehicle, and that's it.
Right, and so somebody else is making $6,500, and they do this to
off 30,000 people because that model is that price, and they say they own a vehicle, and then there's some all of a sudden insurance fraud, and there's this, there's that. I bought a vehicle. Here's the VIN number. Here's the lease. Da 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 da. And now that vehicle is sitting in a lot in the front of their house, broken, but it's not the one that they own. It's just, you know what I mean? Like they do it because paper trail and this and that, and that's how you get away with scamming insurance companies and doing all this other stuff. Because if it's a small claim, then they're like, oh, we'll just pay for it. They don't care. And so you could do small, a million small claims in 10 years and you're a millionaire off of technically legal. So it's called, the gray market. So you get scams like that all the time. You get people who I stole a credit card, go around to the same branch, not the same branch of a pizza corporation, a brand corporation, really? But different branches in the same day and purchase the same exact item from each one of those stores, rack up all of that on a credit card that wasn't theirs to begin with, or a credit that wasn't theirs to begin with because they were paid to spend money for. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like, it's that whole sign up and I give you a credit card and you go into the store and you buy that. Well, they go and they get all these things and then they go in and say my credit card was stolen. And they pick which one of those places they want it to be that they stole it from because they need an alibi that they were in that area. Like, it's paper trail stuff. Like I said, it's not legal, but that's what I'm saying. They could have had someone that stole somebody's credit card and, made an online order for one pizza that was $60 because it was some kind of specialty pizza for $60 and instead changed information and made it 10 and for 600. You know what I mean? So that they could false claim this, blah, 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 blah. And, who knows? People do that all the time, again, because paper trail is proof. Paper trail is, what is that? I was watching a video about how, like, it's like crime stuff all over the country, like Reddit posts and stuff like that. And then it's like talking about like crime reporting on cyber stuff, like that's what I've been watching a lot of lately. And it's like, they were talking about how, like subreddit, like how, I don't know. I don't even want to talk about it because I don't want to like bring it up or anything, but I just lost my train of thought. Basically, it was just,
yeah, I like pizza was what we were talking.
Well, no,
after the late 90s, I ordered $40
like,
with the
on
pizza.
The online stuff.
Pay for it.
And told them to deliver them to the school bullies address. Totally worth it. So it was Stylesy that was bloody doing it. He just added himself.
And I knew it was you. I'm just joking, Paul. I didn't know you in the late 90s.
Have all of you heard of swatting?
Yeah.
Swatting is when you do prank calls to basically come up with a situation that's going to bring the SWAT out.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like, it's kind of like the old calling.
It's like pulling a fire alarm.
And stuff.
Yeah. It's like pulling a fire alarm. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little bit more full on though because SWAT's coming out. But yeah, I don't know if it had. Yeah, but yeah, we was talking about why people do it and people get off on it. Some people mentally disturbed or some people just.
That's what it was. That's why I was like, I don't want to bring up the topic, but it was basically like torturing people online, like cyber torturing people, and how people are making a whole lot of money off of it. And that's like, well, if it's the content is here, like, should everybody get in trouble that's involved in it? You know what I mean? Like, if a person is like, I showed up to get a job, that all I showed up, I was hard on cash. I showed up for the job. I signed up for the job. The person told me this is my job. I went and did my job. Should I get in trouble if I didn't know my job was illegal in some way? You know what I mean?
But like the gray area.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like the Netflix show we have, Blacklist, where it's like the guy's like, I create a scenario that makes you think that this person is that person so that person can go commit a crime. You know what I mean? Kind of like that kind of thing. Like, I just got hired to do a job. I had no idea. Like, I got told to jog down this street every day at this time. That's all I know. Like, you know what I mean? Like that bystander type thing. Like, I don't know how to explain it. People do stupid shit all the time. I could see the $600 thing being a prank and the other person on the other line, like you said, being excited. They got a big order, and they made it out to like some, like it's the soccer league, or whatever sport that's going on right now. So they made it think like, it's worth it, or a big birthday party, big celebration, retirement party, you know what I'm talking about? Grand opening. We need serve them pizza type thing. Something believable.
The upside of this story is that, as G said, he shouted them out and promoted them, but they also got on the local news, and the pizzas weren't thrown away; they were given to a charity which redistributed the pizzas. So
Yeah.
there was
Which I'm guessing could compensate them for what they were worth.
Oh, yeah.
Or at least close to it. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Especially with it being a, like you said, a local community. It's I mean, sure that's the local pizza joint for, if not one of the well-liked, G's response. I mean, come on, when you picked that pizza up and it didn't flop, I went, oh, I'd eat it. I don't care. I'd eat it. And the fact that you were like, I can get why it's called aroma, just the smell, and I'm like, oh, I just need to be there. Like, I want to be in the room,
I need to start taking whatever's in that pizza to combat the floppiness. had a nice
and firm,
yeah, nice and firm.
Stylesy doesn't have to carry around a bag full of coins anymore because all the payphones here in Australia are now free.
Right.
Yeah, that's for calls within Australia, that is.
Oh, that's all right. I don't think Styles will be, calling someone up in Mrs. Austin's hometown.
No, it's weird though. We have those around here. Now, mind you, we're in the middle of the woods, so they're call boxes, just like you guys would see on the side of your highways. We have call boxes in the middle of nowhere. And normally it's a spot where people stop to go to the bathroom or let their dogs out. Right? No, well, I'm giggling because I'm like, we're down at one of the places in town, and I'm like, why would anyone need to call anyone from here? And I'm thinking, oh, I need a ride home because I'm too drunk to drive. Yes, that's a good excuse to put a free phone in the middle of nowhere. Yes, 100%. I agree with that.
loses her kids again, she can, call the other payphone.
It's just, I giggle because I get the one in front of the main hangout in town. I get that one. That one makes sense, because of, like I said, any type of emergency or anything like that. Or if you're not local to town, this is the most lit up area that, you would obviously want to stop at. There's a local phone, if your phone doesn't work, there's a phone there that you could call any local number. So that makes sense. That's great. There's even a phone number on it that will tell you that you can call that number, and it will list off all the names are in our local phone book, and it'll give you the number. So that if you don't even know, like if you're like, oh crap, I didn't even look up their number and I don't have access. Now we have Wi-Fi everywhere, so now they don't use it anymore. But yeah, it was like some lady sitting on the automated, sound telling you everybody's phone number. And back in the day, it used to be you just pushed a number and it would send you straight to that person's house. I was like, that's creepy, but I get that. That's what a telephone is. But like number 1 was like the post office. Number 2 was the store. Number 3, like a little kid phone, like all the numbers would go somewhere. So it was like pre-programmed. It was creepy, but I thought that was, as kids, that was always fun. Like every time you saw a payphone, you wanted to touch it, push the buttons, push the coin thingy, like check the quarters. So that's always nice. So tell me about this weather you guys are having. Because again, we were having really nice, warm, holy crap, it felt like almost summer for us. And then
it was like wind in the willows out there today.
Yeah.
We just had
hot to fair mild within a week.
Yeah, it just seems to be changing. It's been pretty mild in the 20s this week. So
yeah,
hot, but not anything too crazy.
Come from hot to mild.
Right. So I've realized that we are on the western we are on the western side. We're on the western side, but the way the weather goes for you guys and the way the weather goes for us, they spin towards each other. So we're not necessarily getting the weather you're getting, but the weather you're getting and the weather we're getting are spinning towards the center. Like my weather is going south and your weather is going north. So I was giggling though, because again, homeschooling the kids, I've been working on curriculum with them for the last few weeks, so I've been just really over consumed with screen time. So I'm like, I'm just overwhelmed. Like that's why I've been going live much. Not even singing on TikTok or nothing. Like I was trying to post stuff on YouTube, and I was like, I don't have anything new to post on YouTube right now because I have not. I don't have any content.
Sounds like Peter wants to have a gay time with you, Mark. I'm talking about the ice cream.
Oh, Mark, that should be your food review. You should do dessert reviews instead of
just ice cream.
You should. Well, no, it's always your like whatever that. What was that strawberry? What was that strawberry looking? It looked like strawberry raspberry. Was that just toppings on ice cream, or was that like pie?
Oh, I can't forget.
Do you remember?
I forget. No, I don't. I had something. But this is an ice cream over here called a Splice, and this is pine lime. So
yeah,
it's quite.
So we have it's like orange cream. It's like orange sickles for us, where it's orange on the outside and then vanilla on the inside. Correct?
Mm.
Yes.
Then
we don't. I swear I've had one of those.
Then he can say, "Hey, this is Mark in my shed, just having another gay time by myself."
I'm just telling you, it'd be like sticks with Mark. Sticks with Mark, you know, the drumsticks. You just have it. Let's have a chat. You know, drumstick with Mark. And it doesn't always have to be a drumstick, but that would be. It'd be definitely. I'm pretty sure you would get the targeted demographic you'd want instead of using gay time. Just saying.
No, I don't think he probably want that kind of riff-raff on his channel.
See, ours was the day after my birthday.
Don't worry.
Paul, ours was my birthday weekend, and Ryan didn't know, and he was very upset that all of a sudden the clocks were not right everywhere else, but his cell phone. Like, why is everything saying it's an hour? I said, babe, daylight savings. And he's like, no. And I was like, yes, babe, daylight savings. He's like, no. And I was like, yes. And he was like, no. And I'm, yes. Like all the way home. He was like, no, it was not. Like, because we went out of town Saturday, right? And then we got up Sunday to come home and time changed. And he was like, why is everything not like, you just fixed that clock yesterday. There's something wrong with this van. I'm like, babe, time changed, babe. He's like, no. I'm like, yes. He's like, no, like tomorrow. And I'm like, no, babe, it's Saturday to Sunday now. He was like, no, I swear it was always Sunday to Monday. I'm like, no, you just never noticed. It's always Saturday to Sunday. Like, so.
Smoke the bong. probably whacked as. What day is it?
But yeah, we're the time is, it's not, the days are not getting longer like they're supposed to, so it's again because of the weird weather. But I mean, how can it be as hot as it is outside and there's clouds? Like, no, why? You know, so like it's supposed to be.
Elon Musk for that. Him and Bill Gates. They're probably, you know, having weather wars or whatever.
It's what they don't want us to see. That's always what I thought. Like the thicker the clouds, it's something someone doesn't want us to see. Because you can see through most clouds.
They wouldn't be naked if we didn't have the clouds there, because, you know, they'd be shy about it. With the clouds up there, they can do what they want. They can run around naked.
Yeah.
Am I the only one as a kid who had those like fantasies or dreams about like cloud hopping, what it would be like to like just jump?
I have fantasies about naked aliens all the time. That's what I mention them all the time. You know, that's just at the back of my mind in the idle part. You know, deep down into the mind, just naked aliens running around.
Core memories.
For me.
Yeah, you're in there somewhere, Roger. You're the Bigfoot telling everyone to calm down. Like, put some clothes on. Just because I don't have them on doesn't mean that you should be naked. Oh, you're getting a bit of a sneak peek, everyone.
Let's look at my own shirt.
But yeah, what you were saying about as well, super chats earlier, Mrs. Austin. People are probably better off to send me PayPal if they did want to donate, because it goes instantly. Super chat, I don't get it unless I get over 100 every 4 weeks, and you know, it just yeah, it's not as I mean, it's everyone, like, I appreciate it, and I'm sure everyone that gets super chats appreciates it, but it's not the most convenient sometimes. And then YouTube takes bloody 30% as well. So, you know, if you're trying to give
that
charity,
is the best.
then YouTube's trying to take 30%. Like, yeah, I'll have a bit of that charity money. I'll take a little bit of that, and
you
know,
I'll
I'm
let people know that. I didn't know that. I didn't realize that. Like I figured that it would be similar to, like, I know TikTok takes theirs because, you know, they cost a certain amount and then they give you a certain amount. But I only assumed that the super chats were similar to that it was like a separate, it's like a tip. Like a tip here in the United States are not, gratuity is not taxed, you know, unless it's over a certain amount. So you have to accumulate yours. And then there's some establishments that are like, nope, your gratuity is your pay. You know, so if it's all on tips is how you get paid, then it's like, okay, don't tip me at all because they're not going to pay me my hourly wage if you give me $40 because that's basically what I make a day. You know, like, please don't do that because if it's within the first 20 minutes I'm here, I'm leaving. Like, I'm going home because if you're going to just charge me for this 40, I'm not staying 8-hour shift. You know, like that's not a good idea.
Like I believe my PayPal. I'm just talking here. I'm not expecting anyone, but I believe my PayPal has always my pay. I believe my PayPal has always been in my description, and I have had a couple of people send me donations. One person in particular prefers to send me donations through that, and you know. And that was before I was monetized as well. I only recently.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying for my own content. I will remember that from here on out. It's more cost effective. It's more cost effective for the situation. Like, I don't, if it, like I said, how much does a pasta dish cost? And you're gonna tell me the price. You have to tell me the price plus what YouTube's gonna take out of it, plus what, you know, PayPal's going to take out of it because I want to pay for the meal. I don't want you to have to pay anything.
2%.
You know what I mean? Well, so that makes sense now to know I can send a request through PayPal and that you will get the price. You will get the full amount and not have to pay out of pocket.
Like your time is anywhere from like $15 to about $20 roughly, depending.
Yeah.
You know, probably maybe even 12 to 20. It depends on what you grab. They just had such a big selection. I knew I wanted to get pizza. They have the more budget pizza, which is, you know, just the classics, and then the gourmet ones, as they call here, always has more fancy ingredients. But I've had the Gyros pizza from a couple of places. I have done a review in the past from probably my favorite pizza place. I've gone there a few times. It's Valentino's Pizza Cafe. They do some really good pizza, which Aromas was good. I do prefer Valentino's Gyros pizza, but it's probably what I'm used to as well. But I mean, if anyone hasn't seen it, go watch the review. You know, I was honest with what I was saying. It's funny. I was saying it in Australia. You know that a bakery is going to be good if it's owned by like Vietnamese sort of people. Like Asian people do really good bakery here, and I find a lot of, at least in Adelaide, if a pizza place is owned by Indian people, they do a really good job with pizza. And I think it's because in their culture they do naan bread and stuff like that. So they're really good at doing dough and bread, no worries. And you can tell the difference. Like, you know, I'm not even like being racist. This is just what I've noticed. But if it is Caucasian people, like, you know, sometimes Greek or whatever, a lot of pizza places do seem like, if they own by those sort of people, do seem to be a little bit more soggy and stuff. But yeah, the few places that I know of that are owned by Indians do really awesome pizzas, and then they do the Indian-inspired pizzas like tikka masala and stuff like that.
Yeah,
so, spin on it. Funny enough, if you do look into the origin and history of pizza, it did start in India originally, because like I'm sort of saying, that type of bread, that type of dough, with naan they put it in a tandoor oven, which is like that big clay oven, and they keep the heat inside it. And again, that's probably from a lot of those cultures used to put that underground. Some of them still do it, like Arabic countries. They use the ground to keep the heat in. I mean, even damper in Australia, if you do damper, the traditional way to do damper is campfire, and you cover it with the coal so it keeps the heat inside, and it does give it that sort of smoky flavor and stuff, which is again how a lot of Indian places do that sort of one, like do their naan bread. But yeah, you look into history. Originally, pizza history and origin of pizza was sort of from Indian cultures, and then obviously just stuff gets moved around. This is how stuff works. I mean, even this day and age, there's fusion food where they take stuff and like create your own. But yeah, then obviously Italy got it, and they do the really thin dough and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, it's quite interesting when I have looked into stuff like that before in the past.
Well, that just means more variety for us, really. It's great to know where things come from. Some people do care, and some people don't. But at the end of the day,
it's either my video or my headphones. So I every time I try to link my headphones, my tablet messes up. So I guess I apologize for the fan and the snoring.
I can hear you loud and clear, Mrs. Austin.
Yeah, no, it's pretty good. But at the end of the day, there's more variety for us.
Like I said, if you don't like it one way, there's another way. I mean, I do quite like a deep pan pizza, like a deep, where it's quite a chunky bit of dough. But some people don't like that much bread. They like the really thin and crispy stuff, or normally classic crust is in between, where it's it's got a bit of dough, but it's also not just paper sort of width. It's but it's each to their own. That's why, like you're saying, variety is good, and you can choose what you want.
We were watching after the Formula One today. That was on here in Australia. They had Ready Steady Cook on Channel 10. Now, we haven't watched this for ages, and it was quite entertaining. And
is that a new series?
Maybe it is. I don't know.
Does it have that? Probably gonna. He's either Lebanese or Greek. He's
I thought he was Mexican. McGill.
Yeah. I believe the new series. He's a chef. McGill. I don't know if what he was originally on. I know he used to be on that show that had the veterinary side of stuff. It had the building side of stuff.
Yeah, the living room.
Yeah. So he was the chef on that, I know. But yeah,
I always thought the living room was better than Better Homes and Gardens.
Yeah, like it had a bit more variety. I feel like the hosts were really cool on that. Like they had a bit of a joke around. Like it was quite good.
Oh, Becky's going for a bath.
We need to send him. We need to all send him like a rubber duck.
Yeah,
that's what I need to do. I need to get Chomp the character from Funkin' Hungry and make like little rubber ducky versions, so you can have his little.
You're the one.
You can squeak it, sit there, and in his bubble bath.
I would totally wrap a. I want your emblem as a rug, or a mat, like a table mat, like a mouse mat. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like just the shape, just the shape. Like the shape is just him as he is. Is oblong, weird, and that's me. That's like totally my
Remember, I'm always listening.
Individuality.
That's a ninja. That looks like a Ninja Turtle.
I know. That's what I mean. Like there's symmetry to it. There's symmetry and there's chaos all at the same time. I love it. It's 100%.
Becky,
hell,
Becky needs some bath salts.
He's making demands now. You probably want some
She
chocolate
said
as well. A box of.
Go back
I
to
reckon next he's going to
that's
get a box of chocolates so he can open them and have them beside him, and he can, you know.
There we go.
Well, I'm sitting over here all uncomfortable about the way that my face was on screen. I was like, I could put
There
it
you
where
go.
it's supposed to be, and I'm like, so here and now I'm wearing.
That's the best I can do, Becky.
You can get a bit of table salt, Becky.
It's close to a bath.
You can manage. Do you want salt and pepper, or
love it?
We can season the bar for him. You know, like Nicky can make a soup out of it after.
That's like Ratatouille. That's all I can think of right now. It's Ratatouille.
Remember, I'm always listening.
Oh my god, I love it. Always. Every time you say it, it does. That's the voice or the tick. The yay I have Tourette's part of me. And Ryan tells me I've been doing it less and less because I sound crazy when I talk to him. I'm sitting in a room and I sound like I'm talking to myself because something will trigger a tick and I'll verbally say it. So now I just say it to myself. So I'll like walk around the house like self giggling half the time because I'll hear something. I'll just be all like give it a little giggle and then just walk on. Like the other day though, I sounded like I was crazy. I had the window open and I forgot I had the window open, and then my kid responded to me and I was like, oh. They're like, Mom, are you okay? I'm like, yeah, I'm fine. They're like, you're saying funny stuff. Like you're laughing at yourself. I'm like, yeah, it's okay, babe. It's fine.
Sometimes you just got to laugh at yourself.
So it's been it's a new vocal take. It was a new vocal take. It came out the other day when I walked by my teenager. And I made the noise and I go, yay! And they go, what? And I was like, you didn't hear that? And they're like, no. And I was like, a new vocal tick. And they're like, oh, yeah, those days. Because they also have Tourette's. So they're like, yeah, I know how that feels. Like, yeah. And then I'm just obsessed with tracing back where my anxiety is coming from for that new tick to develop. And a lot of it has to do with, like, intake. So I've been watching The Big Bang Theory. So it's Sheldon. Sheldon's like his bazinga. You know, like it's giggling to myself kind of thing. But I was telling my friends on TikTok earlier how it's just Sheldon. I swear I watch it every once in a while just to remind myself I'm not as bad as he is. Like, I'm not that bad. So it's okay. I'm not that bad. I'm not that annoying.
Paul, yes. What do you got there?
An actual figure.
I made this out of clay. It's like Beetlejuice.
Yes.
But that's a little Trump.
Ooh.
All right.
That would be good. I don't know if you guys watched the replay of our thing, but we played the trivia game last time because we had to go live on my laptop. So we got to play the trivia game that I had found, the online one. It won't let me share screen on my iPad because my iPad registers as mobile. So the other day while we were on Restream, I clicked on website and it registered as a website and it let me do everything I'm supposed to do on a laptop. So I'm going to try to recreate that again the next time I go, because I'm going to try to use Restream to do TikTok and YouTube at the same time.
It must have seemed quite inviting then.
Mario Conandello. I'm funk and horny. What the? Sorry, must have some Italian fellow or something.
But yeah, so I'm attempt to do a TikTok, and I have to do it in this format. So I'm hoping that I can. That's why I'm pretty sure that's why my tablet's not working in the portrait. That's why I'm having.
Do you know why Mario is so horny? It's because Italians talk with their hands, so he doesn't know what to. Doesn't know how to get himself off. So,
a certain fascist leader of Italy between 1922 and 1945.
Says Mussolini. Sorry, had to be said.
I was wearing
Sorry
sunglasses.
for all Italian people out there.
Well, I know.
Sorry.
Here you go. I'm the only one besides Stylesy that has this emoji.
Which one? Oh, see, it doesn't say that on my side.
It's not going to come up on Restream. You have to look on. You have to
isn't
look
that
on YouTube
isn't that
chat
just
to
isn't that just reverse reverse eggplant with the squirt emotion, the water?
Yeah, it's just peeling an eggplant. That's all it is. Stylesy has access to them because he's a member.
Oh,
so who is Mario?
Oh, Luigi's brother.
I haven't looked. I don't have it. Oh, I don't mind my phone up.
I'm surprised that he's got time to be on here. I thought he would be saving the princess. Now that's why he's fucking horny, because Peach has been taken by Bowser again. Poor Mario.
I heard that they like British people.
Mario and Luigi. I'm surprised that Stylesy doesn't use that emoji. He probably doesn't even know he's got access to it. Yeah, well, I'm surprised Stylesy's not using that all the time.
So these, Mario is someone you know, G, or what's the backstory?
I have no idea who Mario is.
They have no content. They have no content. They're
That's
an
all
old. They're 2021. They have 3 followers. I mean, they seem like a probably a real person. So.
Well, when I put a post up tonight on advertising the live stream, I said, "Come one, come all, even the lurkers and whoever else, whatever I wrote." So I did invite everybody.
Come on, come over, then come early.
I'm guessing it's probably, you remember good old Murray from last week coming and getting emotional about a microwave burger.
Probably, he might make another triumphant return. When are you going to do that, Chi? Come on, you're letting the team down.
Come on.
Yeah, that's it. Well, as we discussed, they can send PayPal donations and stuff if they really want me to eat a microwave burger.
I didn't change my picture. My hair is not that color anymore. I'm trying to.
I'm pretty sure I've gone more grey since I've started Funkin' Hungry, so I've got to put a picture up there.
Not as grey as me. No, it could be more grey than me.
Well, you can see how lazy I've been. I didn't re-dye it because it's supposed to be blonde. Like, it's supposed to be like blonde, like platinum by now. I was supposed to have dyed it that many times. And I've already let it grow out the length that it is. So I'm like, you can see how lazy I've been with my hair.
Yeah, I kind of like it with a bit of undergrowth, though. I used to do stuff with my hair when I was younger, and I started liking it when it had the dark underneath and a bit of blonde on top.
It's just
In the 90s, I mostly grew a mullet.
It's
in the 90s, you grew that short-length mullet.
Roger with a mullet? No, that's a bit of a...
That's a long hair back then.
For everyone.
Well, I've got shorter hair now. I've grown as a man then. Now.
Yeah.
I've grown as a man since the 90s.
I spent 4 years. The first 4 years me and Ryan were together. My hair was the longest it got was to my butt, and I was like, I can't do this anymore. It's so much work, so much work to have curly hair. It's just women are like, oh my gosh, I would love to have curly hair, and I was like, until you find out how much time a week you have to spend to make it look nice. No, you won't.
Illuminati confirmed.
Yeah.
We should invite them on, shouldn't we? The Illuminati.
What we should do is invite the Illuminati, and then I'll invite the Illuminati. You can invite anonymous
first
Mark, and
first Mason.
we'll see what they have to talk about. Yeah, that funny enough, that Illuminati guy, he's gone quiet on me. He wouldn't shut up for a while, and now I've like reversed it on him. He doesn't want to talk to me anymore.
Well, because you don't want to be a Mason.
I actually drove past I didn't drive, but someone drove past a Freemason lodge the other day. Or Freemason. I'm like, oh, there they are, watching me.
There's a Masonic temple in this town. It's across the road from a public school in this town here.
Yeah.
I think that's a bit sus, isn't it? But a Masonic temple across the road from a primary school.
Yeah, no, you'd be surprised. Most of them will wear the ring on their finger, which has a symbol for the Masonic temple.
Yeah. Well, it's just, if you strip it all back, it's really just a gentleman's club where they wear weird, funny aprons.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
I'm sure there's
weird hats, but whatever. Same thing.
I'm sure there's a woman in the kitchen joke there. It's like, gentlemen's club. They're like, oh no, we don't have like women cooking in our kitchen. We all wear the aprons around here. There they are. They're putting them on and they're going and cooking.
So I worked at a cigar lounge. I worked at a cigar lounge in a very upscale section of a. I want to say that like the area in which the cigar lounge is, the community or whatever, the county in which it's like the bottom, like you're starting to get into the money. People with money.
Now I've got bloody
like right there. Like they go there to be like, we're roughing it. That's where that cigar lounge is, right? So I'm talking like it's a $2,000 cigar. I'm walking to this man. Like that's the cigar lounge that I worked at. And the way that they would communicate with each other, like I could zone anyone out. I could just do my job all the time. But this one is like you all smiles. You have to have like stand up, proper, whatever. You have to be because he's paying $2,000 for a stupid cigar. That's why you have to proper. I got used to walking with a tray with my hand on my back.
Smiles. That's the guy paying for him.
It was like I was a butler, but I was a female butler. It was a gentleman's club. But I was told it is a cigar lounge, but really it's just a big black door, and there's like you push a bell and they let you in or they don't. That's pretty much what it was where I worked.
Yeah, they never let me in. I'm still standing there ringing the bell. Like in Futurama with the crack mansion and preheat.
I know it's that good.
But yeah, when you were talking about gentlemen's clubs, it reminded me of Ali G and when on the Ali G show when Borat went to learn about how to become a gentleman. I'm a real gentleman.
He
went to a rowboat like gentleman's club, and he's like, "Oh, why do you have pig on the side of the boat?" And he's like, "Oh, no, it's a hippopotamus." And he's like, "Hippo what?" And he's like, "Oh, it's like a pig that swim in water." He's like, "Oh, this must be English humor." He's like, "A pig that drink water." He's like, "No." He's trying to explain it to him. And then later on he brings up the pig again, and they're like, "Oh, forget about that." He's like, "What you carried in the boat and stuff?" Oh man, I lost a lot of old Borat and Ali G stuff. Is so good. Kind of like what I do, I guess. That's probably where I get my weird sense of humor when I, just say the most ridiculous stuff just to see what people do.
See, you do it on purpose, and I do it because I'm not paying attention.
I don't do it on purpose. I'm intrigued with what
No, you just
people,
said like sometimes you'll say it or you'll ask stuff like on purpose because that's. But again, I see it as how people will be like, "Oh, you're poking fun." I'm like, no, I'm making a I'm going. Wait, what? Like that kind of situation. That's what I mean. Like when you go like that, you know what I mean? That's what I'm talking about. Like you're like, if someone's talking to you and you'll be like, wait, what? And then like make them explain it to you and keep explaining it to you and see how far you can get them to explain it to you. Like that thing. I'm over here going, wait, what? Because I wasn't paying attention to anything that was actually going on. And now you're asking me for something. I'm like, wait, what? What'd you say? Like, say it again. I don't remember. And they'll think that I'm being a smartass. Like, that I'm trying to be you, trying to see how far I can get them to say something. I'm like, no, I really wasn't paying attention. What did you say? Like, and then they're like, oh, you weren't paying attention. I was like, I was obviously doing something. Did you not see me doing something? I wasn't paying attention to you. Why would you? Some people just talk out loud. I don't always think they're talking to me. We're just talking about all this with my friend on TikTok. That's why I'm laughing. It still gets cold enough here at night, though, right now. Did Roger talk? Oh, I didn't even let Roger talk earlier. I forgot that Roger is a. Was it? Were you guys joking when you said that Roger's supposed to be telling us about the weeks, about reporting to us about his week? Did he already do that?
Roger's going to be lecture us about time travel.
Ooh.
He's the expert on time travel. Here he is, the time traveler himself.
Lecture about what?
See, back in the day,
him or what?
Roger used to have a mullet until he time travelled.
I did have a mullet in the 90s. As a teen, that is.
Mullet back in time.
I wish I could travel back in time.
I had a mullet. It wasn't by choice, but I had a mullet. I didn't like hair in my face, and I didn't like to touch my ears. So I cut my own hair out of my face and off my ears. So literally like this, my hair, like straight down. So my mom was like, well, now you get a mullet because you cut your hair. So, yeah. Each one of my kids have done that.
Me personally, I've never understood the fascination with a mullet, but I don't understand it.
No, neither do I.
Business in the front, party in the back. Come on.
It's like either had long hair or short hair.
Had it short ever since.
So those people, I wouldn't trust those people making a decision. It's like, I shall have long hair or short hair.
I can't make up my mind. Do both.
Well, once a pleasure at high school.
You want to talk about hair?
Could be the show hair. Show hair. 1980 something.
So yeah, Mrs. Austin brought it up. Has anyone got? I guess it's. Oh, we've actually gone over the hour.
Yeah, amazing.
Go to TikTok. I was struggling there for a bit. I don't know if anyone noticed.
Yeah, first.
You better go to TikTok and make funny noises. You better go to TikTok and.
It's news of the week.
You better hit the ship and run a TikTok and make noises.
Make noises. So yeah, has anyone got any interesting facts or information they want to share with us this week?
Oh yeah. What do you got, Roger?
Not much.
He done his homework.
Nothing on my brain. I have to busy listening to you, Legendary Mark, Legendary Mrs. Austin, and Ryan, and Legendary G.
We're just having a small intermission of Roger giving shout-outs.
I have a debatable question.
I was going to get Nightbot, but then I realised I don't need it with Roger. So.
There's a lot of us that do that. I feel like that every once in a while. It's like we got to show each other the love before we end, or at one point in the live, we all talk about how much we appreciate each other, and I think it just warms my heart. I have a debatable question though, because I've been doing quite a bit of research on the little clip mics, and I found one that has two repeater, so like I can plug it into my iPad, and then me and Brian can both have ours clipped, and we can, you know what I mean, or we can use our phones and we can be more mobile than where we are right now. Sorry, my iPad's gonna die. I'm trying to look for my charger. It's on my phone. Why can't I fit it in? So that's what I'm looking into right now. So here's the debatable question, because I've heard it from every which way right now. I don't know why I hate the fact that if I'm searching something on my MacBook, my TikTok is influenced by it. I hate it right now, but because I'm doing that search on my MacBook, my TikTok's telling me it doesn't matter if it's cheap. Like right now it's on sale. Even it doesn't matter if it's cheap. It's just as good quality because they all have the same mini mic possibilities at this point. It's like pretty much like they couldn't monopolize it if they wanted to. It's the same. Like it's the only thing available at this point. Like it's not necessarily version 1, but it's, I don't know how to explain it. Do you get what I mean? Like the application of mini mics are basically universal right now. It doesn't matter if you buy a cheap version or not, to just start doing your videos. Like just get it and start doing it. Or if I should take some time, do more research into better quality ones, or the ones that are the longevity. Because I can't just make a large purchase, every 6 months or once a year.
You can get these ones for like 20, 40 Australian dollars, and they, depending on what one you buy, one plugs into one device, and then you have two that link to it.
Yeah. That's basic. What we were looking at, about $20 US. Yeah, same thing.
And
the quality sound you and Cody had while you were on your live was amazing. I was like, oh my gosh, I need to talk to him. And then I'm like, I know Mark knows.
We were just outside next to a couple of bins. That was our audio.
Well, I got a new mic. I got a new mic cord for my birthday. I need to do a little highlight on the bag. I'm really excited about the bag. The bag worked out. It's not what it's for. It's a keyboard bag that we have that I purchased, but it fits all of my busking equipment in it. So it fits my stool, my amp stand, my mic stand, my tripod for my mount for my phone, as well as my iPad for when I'm live and when I'm doing busking. So it fits everything, my cords, my mics, everything. It's amazing. It's all super nice padded, as well as I can like strap everything down in it. So I don't necessarily worried about, just shoving the mics in there. They'll be protected, but I don't want to spend $200-$300 on a good set, two set of mics that work in multiple functions, not just for the podcasting. Like Brian can use them to set up aside for ASMR farm sound, whatever.
Well, I think what Peter said is what I've always, what Peter says here is what normally I go with, like streamers or, YouTubers or content creators start off small. I mean, even these UFOs that I have near me, like I didn't have these back in the day. I can't
find a good one. I can't. I've been looking for this one that I see this creator use, and I'm in love with it because it's the adjustable one, where I can add more light one way or the other, and there's multiple clipping functions, and it's on a sturdy like mic stand. Because I'm going to be putting so much weight on this thing. I'm worried it's going to fall over the wind, and I'm like, no, I want it to be outdoor use. So.
Well, it's funny that you mentioned the mics, because I was testing it out earlier when I was doing a painting video, and I want to upgrade, because if I'm going to start doing reviews from restaurants or places out and about, it's going to have a lot of background noise. So I'm gonna need I know the pirate just went to do the royal prawn on someone.
Hi, Murray.
He's back. He's back.
Sorry. My camera just acted big funny, that's all.
I think you and Cody doing some collabs would be awesome. You guys going and doing even if it's a live collab like you guys did, even if it's a go on a walk and have a conversation, that interview style, between the two of you, or again, do some type of trivia. Roger.
He's gone. Getting back. So I have one of those lavalier mics, and
One of
for
these
whatever
days, the
reason,
camera will hit you. Sorry, I said my camera.
I know who you were talking to. That's why I'm laughing.
Who's talking to what now?
He said, "I'm gonna punch you."
I've just turned the camera to hit it.
Well, you smacked it. You gave it the camera the royal prawn.
Sorry.
What are you smacking your camera for?
My bad.
So the microphone that you have, Mark, is can you connect that to phones and stuff as well as a laptop?
yeah, it's the one I got plugs into my iPhone. However, when I've tried to do testing with it, it doesn't seem to work. So it's exactly the same as what you've got, the lavalier. I do have that one, but for whatever reason, it's Bluetooth enabled. It powers on, but I can't get it to work for whatever reason. So I have stepped up to the Rode Wireless Go 2 microphone setup, which I can actually plug into my computer and do it. Now, this set me back $400. It's Australian. You, Mrs. Austin, you might be able to. There's different versions out there. Rode, as you know, is a good quality microphone. They make good quality stuff.
This is $100 microphone. So
Yeah.
just so I can sing. The other microphone I have is a knockoff. I paid $100 for it. The original is $350, and it looks like the microphone that's on my logo. It's mirrored the 55. So that's what I have. I cannot purchase the original, the $350 one until I at least make $300 in tips singing, and then I will buy myself that microphone. But because this one's all banged up, it's $100 microphone, and every time it gets banged up, like I have a little mini stroke. I'm like $100. What's wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Like this cord I splurged on for my birthday. Sounds amazing. Makes me sound amazing. I'm really happy about it. Live streaming so far, singing has been great. I need a new amp so bad. I need a box, the sound box, the one where I plug my mic into that box and I control my voice from that box from the computer type situation in front of me instead of on the back of the thing, because I could sit here and mess on my computer by pressing my presets for the songs that I sing instead of having to sit down here and turn the knobs until I sound right. So it's not very professional. So I definitely need to upgrade with that. But those boxes are like $500. So again, can't get that till I get at least, damn near every penny I need to buy it for in tips. So, or get paid, do a gig. But so that's my problem with buying these mics. So there's where my anxiety comes from.
What you're talking about.
Yes.
Because I have a decent microphone when I used to do music, and this is the M box that you were talking about.
So that's a preamp, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, pretty much.
I can't remember what it's called till that's what it's called. I don't remember what it's called, but if you tell me, yes, I can tell you yes or no if that's what it's called.
Mrs. Austin, what I would recommend is have a look at the Rode Streamer X. It's an audio interface and video capture.
Okay.
And I think it does your standard. It'll do XLR, which is probably your microphones, and that's Go to rode.com and have a look at what they've got available. But
when I was using this earlier on, when I was recording, I was doing a painting video. I didn't. It picked up like the laptop in the background and stuff, even though it's meant to have like smart
Noise
noise
reduction.
cancellation.
Yeah.
So without the microphone just in the phone is better than this. But I have used. I mean, it does the job, but yeah, I wouldn't mind to upgrade. But I might test it out. I have done a couple of reviews back in the day when I just grabbed stuff and went to like a park and reviewed it or whatever, or went to, and just had that microphone on it.
Just putting one of those fuzzy balls on just taking off the mouthpiece. Instead of having that one on, you put on the one that looks like a cotton ball,
Like
or Albert Einstein hair. You get that one. You put that one on it. That one actually, it's for outdoors like that, and it's to break up that outside noise. So if you just switched out the little, I call them hats, but I know that's not what they're called. It's just that little top part. It may increase the quality a little to the point where it's like you won't hear traffic, but you might hear like scuffling of plastic right next to you. You're not going to hear, the diesels or the, train or anything that's, in the background. You're not going to hear that, but you'll hear rustling within.
No doubt, you singing, no doubt you would know, like the cheap mics, your words pop, like you need that pop filter to stop
I've managed to make my voice not make that sound. That's why half the time people are like, "Wait, what'd you say?" I'm like, "Oh, I'm trying not to make up sound." So I don't actually say the word, it just makes them up.
You do learn to sort of your way around it, but yeah, that's why when we used to record music, that's why they're very good.
That's why that preamp. That's why I want that preamp, because then I can double it up. I can have it it'll go through the preamp, and then when it gets through the amp, it's even more modified and more filtered through the amp itself. So that's why I want to be able to do it like that. And then people tell me all the time, just get a mixing board because you can plug your mic into your mixing board. I'm like, I know, but again, that's research, and I've done that research, and some of those things cost way more money. Like, it's cheaper to buy a cheap version because the programming that you have to buy with some of those expensive ones, the programming you have to get for them aren't free. So it's like, okay, like you can buy this whole system and be like, oh yay, and then it's not universal. You have to use that same system with a downloadable program that costs money and takes up space. And I'm like, no, I can't get a whole nother laptop or a hard drive tower just to go towards doing busking it. And then plus, if you have to plug it in, if I have to add power to it and I can't draw that power from my amp, then I can't do it, because everything has to be Bluetooth audio. That's why I'm a little nervous about having the cord, because now I'm going to have a cord and it's going to be I'm not worried about me. I'm worried about other people like hitting the cord, or because so I'm going to have to try to do some type of barrier in front of myself.
Well, that's like me. I could pull out that microphone, possibly connect it to the laptop and use that. I mean, it's not really made for just doing podcasts and stuff, but it's just lack of room and stuff like that. It's just not convenient.
And that's what I'm trying to do, is stay compact in my keyboard bag. If I can carry the bag and my mic and my amp, then I'm good. I don't need a roadie. I don't need, what I mean? That's the whole point of getting the bag, was so that it was everything in one, and I could just set up and be good to go. Set up in the shade somewhere, and be fine singing. I just, again, now that I've spent the money, it's an incentive for me to get my butt out there and go set up somewhere in the shade and sing, because I've spent all this money and I need to.
I still have this Logitech webcam that just sitting here. I've tried to work it out, and had a friend that basically I gave access to my laptop, and both of us was able to get it to work. But it's like you have to uninstall, install, and play around. So it's just not convenient when I'm doing live streams to have to spend an hour mucking around to get it to work. So it's a bit of a shame, but that's why I'm just using the one that's already installed. So I guess it kind of put me off a little bit as well, getting certain like upgrade in certain technology. So yeah.
What the?
I don't even worry about it. Just people trying to get attention. But yeah, no, I definitely wouldn't mind
You
getting
showed
like
stuff.
I know Mark has you used like your microphone like this in your sheds the other day, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
No, I was using the Rode Wireless
Monday.
Go, which was connected through on the computer. That's why it sounded so really good instead of just using the
Yeah,
built-in
it was
microphone.
really good and no background noise and stuff like that. Really.
No,
So you
no, that's
know, if
that's
Gives
I'm
a
out and
grenade.
about, it's exactly what I need.
Oh.
Just to get rid of. But like Mrs. Austin was saying, I could probably tweak this. This is only like a cheap
yeah,
eBay Chinese or whatever one, you know.
yeah. Well,
I mean, it does the job, but I'm just getting to
Oh,
the point.
yes.
The more subs I'm getting, you know, I'm taking the channel a little bit more serious as time goes on.
there's
That's a grenade.
there's a link. I popped a link there to from a YouTuber that runs the best or reviews the best for wireless microphones. So Rode, off the top of my head, that's what I use. Used it pretty successfully so far. There's DJI. There's a few out there that YouTubers use or people use to do, you know. But yeah, it's certainly certainly going to be. It's going to help if you're going to further improve what you're doing. It's definitely going to help. That's for sure.
Oh, Mrs. Austin was talking about these before. They look a bit like, you know, they're a little bit smaller. The British
Put your hand behind
soldiers.
it.
We
Put your hand behind it. Put
those,
your hand behind it. It disappeared. There you go.
you know, they look like the British guards, just smaller versions.
Mm.
But yeah, I mean, I watch other YouTubers that do what I do, and they use.
Yeah.
You can tell they're using half decent mics, but I mean, their channels are like
No.
500K followers or whatever, you know, or a few hundred thousand. But yeah, it's like a lot of people do ask me to go and do reviews. Like I've been invited to a few places as a guest, but it's just if I don't really have if I just took my camera, there's going to be a whole lot of background noise.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've done a review. The last time I did a review, I told them to turn down the radio. They, you know, didn't mind.
Oh no.
Yep, we've lost G.
Oh no.
G's frozen.
Did you guys hear audio tone at all?
No. You're back.
G's back.
But yeah, I can't really. Yeah, I lost
No,
connection. I
it's
can't really go up to I can't really go up to the old couple in the corner and say, "Oh, excuse me, I'm doing a silly food review. Do you mind stop eating for 10 minutes?"
Yeah. Because it's my microphone can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you're making.
I'm pretty sure
It's
that's
not
why
really
people who do food reviews and like mall areas have people so far away because they have a sign that says like live recording sound up to this many feet. So they're like, I don't want to be in your video. I'm gonna be way over here. Like that's why people are like.
It wasn't really the talking. It was like the clashing of cutlery on plates and stuff. Really, that made the noise.
Clash.
I guess because that sort of noise it vibrates a bit. You know, like the vibration from that. Yeah, so it wasn't necessary. But yeah, I mean, you live and you learn, and I still reviewed a local place. They was happy with. It's just you always want to improve, and I'm sure everyone's like that who's making content or whatever. You want to always try and improve, and you want to try and improve from your last video.
Me and Ryan would have some of the most interesting conversations when we would sit down at diners by ourselves and eat. Like we wouldn't necessarily like talk about our plans or talk about our day, but like we would talk, like a topic would come up and then we would start talking about it. So we'd be having this conversation and my tablet or something would be on the end of the table and there would be like noise coming from the tablet. It's because I would set up the tablet like I'm watching TV and see something on the like I watched like 911 or 911 Lone Star, like something would come up on the subject line of the show, and me and
Yeah,
him would start talking about it. And so the show is playing and we're just having this conversation. So people are thinking like, because Ryan's phone is out and he's got it in front of him, and like or
I
his
think
phone
like
is set up a certain way, like they think that we're
yeah,
reviewing, they think that we're like doing a podcast sitting in the thing. And like so many times, because we're creatures of habit, normally when we go out of town we'll go to the same similar restaurant, so they get used to us seeing us, every 2 weeks. If we're going out of town every 2 weeks or once a month, they get used to seeing us. So like for
yeah,
years this happened. They would see us on a regular basis, and then for a certain time they wouldn't see us, and then they'd see us again. They'd be like, "Where you been?" And they're like, "Oh, the past was closed, so we get through." They're like, "Oh, we thought you were local. Like we saw you enough. Like we thought you lived here." And we're like, "No, we live in California." And they're like, "Oh, crazy." And so you know what I mean? You build relationships with these people that you see all the time. So, but at first when we get to know them, they would be like, the reason we were off is just because we like thought you guys were online. Like we thought you guys were like recording, and no, we don't have a policy about it, and you weren't being rude about it. So like we didn't say anything, but we always just assumed, and we're like, no, that's how we talk, like we're the only people in the room all the time, everywhere we go.
yeah.
like
I mean, you do sort of forget about it after a while, You do. It's like when when you're in public, though, like you eventually just
zone
forget what's
out
going
from the
on
people
around
around.
you. Yeah, especially when the food comes out, it's like yay.
Why?
But yeah, I feel like if I'm going to step out and do more reviews, public and stuff, I definitely need to improve my audio. But I
Sorry.
will I will keep on testing this out, and that's one reason why I did test it out when I was doing like painting earlier. But at
Yeah.
least I can go back and do a voiceover if I need to. It's like
Mm-hmm.
testing it out. I can in my editing app. I can, as I'm editing, I can do the voiceover, which I've done before.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just yeah, playing around with this different stuff and seeing how it is and testing it out before I really get properly into doing reviews on location. But yeah, it is going to cost a bit of money, but like the one that Mark has is really clear, and from what I've heard and seen, it doesn't have much background noise going on. So I probably will just need to spend a bit of money to get something half decent. Because if this was $20-$30 if I need to if I need to because I've seen one that's like $60, but then it's probably not going to be that much better than what I've got. So I may as well just probably spend a few hundred. But
No, it's worth it.
I
If
will
it's
do it.
it's definitely worth it if you're gonna put in like yours is multifaceted. You're going to use it for you're planning on doing out
Yeah,
in
yeah,
person type reviews, and those recording those, you still want that audio to be good. And you can,
yeah.
like you said, you can use them while your focus is on what you're doing, and you can have the sound here and you can have the video. Did you have the video? I didn't watch the video, sorry. Is it on what you're doing, or is it on you while you're doing it?
No, that's all right. No one watches my videos. No, I
Oh,
haven't.
stop.
I
Stop.
haven't
I look
edited it.
for them.
I haven't edited it yet. I'm still in the process of
Oh, okay.
doing it, and I haven't done a painting video in a while. So I've just, yeah, like I still need to finish it. It's just one of those things that I get super busy with. Obviously, I quickly done that pizza review on Friday. I tried to rush to get it out because I wanted to get it out, on the day
Yeah,
of all
be
the stuff
helpful.
happening.
Yeah.
But I've still got like two videos like. I have a video that I was going to bring out Friday, but I'm going to obviously push that back till next week now. And I've got a couple of videos for Funkin' Hungry that are ready, but then I need to spend tomorrow and the rest of March trying to get this painting video up and running and out.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm on a bit of a
And that's
deadline
from
with
start
that.
to finish, right? Like that's why you update us with photos and stuff like that. Because you do a start to finish on the painting videos.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I mean, it's I sprayed it with a spray primer blue, But yeah,
Mhm.
I've still got
Working it up from there.
I've still got a lot to do. But this video is more of a collab with a few other guys that it's basically paint something blue.
Mhm.
Really, there's a little bit more
Cool.
to it, but that's kind of what they're doing, and I just jumped in on it and doing my own sort of spin on it. So it's not. I want it obviously to be good, but it's not anything too crazy. Like I can sort of have a bit of fun with it. But yeah, I do need to get
Mhm.
back into painting videos. But having that microphone, it probably will help. But my audio is not too bad because if I'm recording, I'm pretty close to the
Yeah.
device
Yeah.
anyway.
What
Because
it is that you're doing.
I'm quite
I
close
feel
to
like
it.
I'm always too
It sounds
loud.
good anyway.
I feel like I'm too loud when I'm singing, so I'm constantly messing with the sound. Come to find out, I sound perfectly fine. Like I don't know if it's my device is doing it. My
Yeah,
device is regulating out the too much loud to whatever. But I ask people, they're like, no, it's not too loud. Like you're fine. You sound fine. And then just lately though, it's been like I don't know if it's just I'm overstimulated or whatever, or if it's an actual symptom of what's going on with my body, which is crazy. But
mm,
I'm feeling like deaf sometimes. Like I feel like I'm not hearing. So I feel like I'm in the middle of singing and then all of a sudden I'm not hearing my voice and I'm like, wait, what happened? Like I'm hearing I can hear the sound, a lower tone, but I can't hear anything high pitch. And when I sing, my voice goes up higher naturally. And
the only the, the only thing about having a really good microphone, you're going to hear like the chewing and stuff a lot more. You're gonna
right,
hear,
right.
so
So
I
it
don't know if
does
that's
turn
really
out,
good or
it
not.
turns into that ASMR stuff, so you
Yeah,
do.
yeah,
So that goes into like fine if you don't want a higher quality mic, then you have to have better editing program. So
yeah,
that would turn
yeah.
into like, going into the
No.
audio of the whole video and deleting the sound. Just like when you splice it and add in a cartoon, you would go in there and you would change the audio so that
I don't think
the
I don't think I'm going to be able to do that anymore because a friend
you
in
used to
America,
on YouTube Studio, right? Be able to do that
I
type of
did.
audio
I
editing.
tested it out.
Okay.
I tested it out the other day. A friend done a muffalata pizza, so he's from
Hmm.
like
I saw,
like
I saw, I saw.
he went
Yeah.
yeah. So and I put a Scooby Doo clip in it of Shaggy and Scooby Doo like eating a huge sandwich, and like they cut it in half. Scooby Doo eats his and then inhales all the ingredients from Shaggy's, and then Shaggy's like, "Oh, that wasn't as filling as I thought it would be," because he didn't realize Scooby ate it
Yeah.
all.
I was thinking
Yeah.
that.
But I uploaded the clip, then put it on private, and it came up with copyright. So copyright, it doesn't mean it's a strike, but it's
Yeah.
gonna if I
Just
do get
means
any
some
money.
places it won't show it. Yeah.
Mm.
But also, if I get any money from that video, it will take all the monetization. So I went back into it and took it out. So I don't know how long it is, or I don't know if they just picked up it with Scooby Doo. But
Yeah.
obviously, some of my old videos used to have all sorts of little clips of South Park and little whatever in it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Yeah.
I
now
like
I
I
that.
manage
think
It's
my
just a South
I
Park
think
clips.
YouTube's just going through one of those things that they normally do. I don't know if you remember, like every once in a while they'll go through and they'll just like tag content that's older content, like they're catching up or whatever. But
yeah,
really it's because you've
Yeah.
been and it's become like apparent to me now that anytime you get reported and you don't
mm,
know, it's like an anonymous report and necessary you're not like they found it instantly that you didn't do anything wrong, but now all of a sudden you have content, some of your content starting to get covered. It's because someone reported you and now all of a sudden they're watching you and now they're like, wait, maybe, or more than a certain amount of people reported you or did, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? You got to dislike,
I would
yeah.
totally
some kind
subscribe
of
to
change in
YouTube.
your algorithm. Yeah. That's, that's what I found. That's what I have found to be correlating
Because I
with
because
those
I haven't
copyrights that you're talking about.
deleted the video yet. It's yeah, I put it on private as soon as basically
Yeah.
when it was uploading, I put it on private just to test it out. So no one saw the video, but it's still
Yeah.
there technically on private. It's the exact same video, just with this when he says like it's his favorite sandwich, and we joke about
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
because I've known him for a while, we joke around and call them like Scooby Doo sandwiches when it's like that, and that's his favorite sort of sandwich. And yeah, I added the clip, tested it out, it got copyright, and any monetization will not go to me. And then I just took it out, and it was all fine.
Yeah. No, it doesn't. Like I said, it doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't at all.
Yeah, it's just. Well, I'm guessing
then
my best guess is because I'm monetized now, they will sort of, like they.
Could it be that someone else? So here's my question: could it be that someone else copyrighted a section or that same section in their own content, and that is where a copyright will come from? Not necessarily a copyright of the original, but a version of the original someone else is using that has been somehow monetized. You get what I mean?
And that is a possibility. And I mean, I could have went and found another clip and tested it out again. Like obviously there's quite a lot of Scooby Doo and Shaggy eating huge sandwiches in that show. But it's just it's so I ended up just putting a GIF in there anyway. That's sometimes how I do just to get the joke across. Just a GIF where it doesn't have sound, but it has the obviously it's like an animated picture, so it just showed just to push that joke a little bit more, or just to get the point across. But yeah,
I enjoy it. It's again it's lighthearted content to me. So. And,
yeah,
I mean, compared in contrast to what I said, I've just been watching is like crime, like, and not new stuff. Like I came across the channel and I do that whole like, binge watch for a little while just to see the content I want to see. And then I, move on to, and then I'll go, cause it's basically, that's me taking a break from watching my normal content that I watch. You know what I mean? So it's like, I'm going to take a few days break and I'm just going to learn or watch and get intrigued. And then some of the stories I was watching were stories that I had already read, because I love to read. I know that sounds weird, but I love to read. So I'll come across like just stories, and then I want to know if it's a real story. You know what I mean? I want to know if it's like a fan fiction or a.
What the hell happened to Cody? He done a Roger and updated his bloody stuff and never returned.
Yeah, he says so. He says he updated his camera or something earlier.
Yeah.
He says my camera's updated, be up.
I thought it was the microphone.
And then obviously like online stuff, it's hard to be able to say that's my original content when it's easily contested that there is anything out there that's can even be considered in the last 20 years original content. Like it's a copy of 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 like it's like satire. You can't claim satire as copyright because everyone does. Like that's half of what our content that we consume: reality television, made up TV drama, the movies.
One way to get thousands of followers and stuff quickly is, put a famous song, or even some people put like series or even films on YouTube. Like that's not their content, but they're getting huge subs, they're getting huge views, and they probably could eventually
because they're live streaming something or yeah. I paid $350 for pay-per-view. I'm gonna get views on YouTube. Yep.
Yeah. So.
Yep.
It's probably it could be a smart idea. They take down the content, and all of a sudden, this is my content, and I have like 1 million subs already.
And that's exactly what a lot of people do. That's where you end up realizing that with a lot of the people that do have like 40,000 followers. The reason why they really haven't gone any above is because they no longer are monetized because of their content. Like they finally got it caught up to them. So why push for more followers? Like if you've already got 1 million, of course I'll make you new content with 1 million followers. I'll make you new content with 40,000 likes. Like,
even if you delete it,
you
I'm
know?
sure YouTube has some breadcrumbs, like trails of what's happening on your account. So that once they work out that you've used that content, they could just quite easily. So it's like when I got monetized, there's quite a lot of like stuff that you're signing up to.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, they'll get caught out eventually. Like these people that always do sub for sub. It's just like that's the part of that goes against your YouTube like community standards. So if you get caught out, and again, if they just see a huge number of people subbing in one day, they're probably going to look and they're going to see that
look into it today.
they're going to see that they're not like a natural sub, so they're going to catch on to it. So yeah, really, it's best just to be organic and work on the content that you do. I mean, as well, it would all be nice to have millions of subs and stuff, but then you haven't worked for it. How satisfied are you going to be if it's not content that you
Again,
enjoy? If
if I
it's
have
not,
1 million people watching me, I'm gonna give you new content, and then I'm gonna get tired of doing new content. That's
yeah,
where that stupid meme on TikTok comes from. Everything is content. Everything is content. Everything is content. Everything, because you literally have to tell yourself that if you're going to spend your life creating content, every bit of your life is content. And a lot of the TikTokers, when it first started, a lot of people on YouTube, when it first started, was very mechanical, very factual, or very much drama, or very much like they went. And so when you start out to a bit of an extreme, to go even further, you're gonna get copyrights, you're gonna get strikes, you're gonna get reports, you're gonna get haters, way more trolls than real followers, but you still end up with 1 million subs because you have 600,000 people who wish death upon you, but they want to see your content because they want to keep wishing death upon you. So that's when trolls matter. That's what I'm saying. Like, 1 million subs, that's when trolls matter, because you're gonna have more trolls than you are gonna have actual people following you, and you can tell that in your likes.
The one thing that annoyed me a little bit is when famous actors and stuff started using YouTube, but I guess musicians have always used it for quite some time. You get like the Will Smith on YouTube. It's like, I guess he needs a platform, but to me, YouTube was more for small content creators originally. And it was more like
and that's because it was that's because they wanted 1,000 1 to 1,000 content. Like they wanted 1,000 pieces of content out there for one to go off. Now it's like 1 in 100. 1 in 100 will go 15 minutes of fame, and that'll be the highlight of the week, because that's literally the attention span of people who get on YouTube now. It's a week.
I mean, it is how,
because I can binge watch 2,000 videos of content under 30 minutes in a week, and then I'm now no longer going to go back to your page because you don't make new content, you don't do lives, you don't do anything that I can interact with. So I'm now done with your content. I'm moving on. So that's that empty sub. That's just as bad as a troll. And this is that CRM stuff. That's that understanding your analytics and your demographics. If you are at your 1,000 and you can't get more than 30 likes, you don't have real followers. You have paid followers, you have trolls. You look at the concept of you are only really have 20% of your subs are your true content.
I reckon I've had 30 likes for a while.
That's what I'm saying. And you're under 1,000. So that's why I keep trying to explain to people, like, you have 400 subs, but you have 12 likes. You need to look at these million sub channels, and they don't have 2,000 likes. They don't have 2,000 people that are willing to hit that like and say, I support you, on a piece of paper, on analytics, and to give you those pennies that you're going to get monetized. They don't even want to give that to you. How can you consider that person an actual supporter? So again, it is 20%. So if you are under 1,000 and you're getting over 10% of your followers are giving you content by commenting, by liking, by sharing, by viewing clips, whatever, any of your content, you're getting more than 10%, you're doing way well off than the $1 million subscribers. Understand, these $1 million subscribers have brand name advertising compared to yours. I had to go find this mom and pop that say they'll do a, pay, give me a free menu review to do once a week so I can do food reviews. You know, that's the difference. That's the bracket that you have to look at. So if you're looking at, you put yourself on the same linear bracket, we small creators are doing way better than $1 million subs are doing, who don't make content, you know, don't have a video out every 3 days. Every 3 days, they're not doing 30, 30 minutes, 30-minute this, an at least 30-minute live, at least, so that they can keep continuously keeping that 20% to come back. They're putting in
like one video a
100
week
hours. Yep.
because they're putting so much time into it. But yeah, it's not.
They're putting 100 hours into content. They're flying places. They're got to go to work and make all these bucks to be able to pay for it, because they don't necessarily. They're getting brand affiliation, but they're getting free shit, but they're not getting money. You know, so they're only monetized. They're getting on a YouTube. So yep.
They're relying on like their fan base. You know, they're not really relying on the algorithm of such. They're relying on their regular.
They're relying on being in the blogs. They're relying all the rest of the week. They have to be in the blogs somewhere, online, newspapers. They need to be, you hit TMZ once a month and you're gold as a small YouTube creator.
You said that about an hour ago with something.
Most of them have sponsors, and then they're relying on their merch and like all of that stuff for their income. They're not just obviously relying on ad revenue. Because that's not
and if they're smart, they take that merch and they either donate it so they can use the profits, because they're not using the merch that they have. They donate it so that they can use it as a tax break, or they get permission to sell it as value, not as you gave it to me, so I have to do wholesale. I get to sell it for your price to somebody else to be compensated. Because if that's all you're going to give me, I need compensation, and that compensation has to turn you have to liquidate all that so that you can turn it into an actual. And a lot of people don't realize this. They're like, "Oh, you gave me these teeth to do. You're gonna give me all this jewelry or whatever. You're gonna give me this jewelry to talk about you and to highlight you and to only do this and only do that and all here and give out references and get all these people to go to you, but I'm not allowed to sell that. How am I going to pay my rent with my necklace?" That's, you have to understand all that. And that's a lot of, I wanted to be a paralegal. So I did a lot of like, if I were to be famous, what's the kind of laws, what's the kind of, mumbo jumbo I'm going to hear, out of these, executives' mouths and stuff like that, because it all, contract. And the dumber you are, the faster you'll sign. And I'm not dumb. I want to read this and I want to understand it. And so, yeah, no, like I get a lot of those brand, hey, come be a part of our company, our agency. And lately that's been out there right now. It's like becoming part of a group, like selves team type thing.
What?
They're definitely trying to network.
I've got quite a lot of Facebook followers on Funkin' Hungry, the Facebook page from that pizza place sharing, and like me saying that I'm going to review them, and then using Funkin' Hungry the page, and then they ended up tagging me. Well, they said like, basically they said thank you to the charity and a few other people, and they included me in that. Also, there's this guy who he works for Channel 7. I don't know if Mark and Roger know him. He's Andrew Costello. His show's called South Aussie with Cozzy, and he was one of the people that promoted him. He's got like 160 something thousand followers, but he was one of the people that they tagged. And then they had little old Funkin' Hungry in there as well, with I've even got 500 followers yet. So yeah, it did feel good just to be involved, but also just giving back. Like, I'm spending my money and stuff. I could have just donated directly to them, but it did feel good. Like, it does feel good if you do good deeds and stuff, and if you do good deeds, a lot of times
but that speaks to your brand as well, though, because you've said so many times, like, this is what you want to do, because, and we've talked about it, I don't know how many times, like, you're like the Adrian Bordeaux, like trying different cultured food, and how That is
20.
I like I said in my comment, I don't think I've ever actually tried a gyro, so I don't know how
Yeah,
comfortable I would be because and especially with the lettuce on there, I'm like, warm and cold. That's weird to me. Like you don't want warm lettuce. I don't know. That's in my head. I'm like, I don't want warm lettuce. So I'm like, I don't know about that, but
it was
I think
good.
I
It
think
was
that would be a great
bad.
way
Like
to introduce me to a gyro because I like pizza. So you know what I mean? Does that make sense?
the actual wrap itself is awesome. It's just
Yeah.
normally it's lamb, lamb, like your choice of protein really. Sometimes people
Mhm.
do like falafel, like the chickpea. But yeah,
Mhm.
it just has veggies. Normally it's onion, lettuce, tomato, and then it has normally garlic sauce, but some people like chili sauce and stuff on it. But I think it's different cultures have it. You have kebabs. It's similar to a kebab. You have
Mhm.
kebabs. They have and then even the Greeks, like the South
The yogurt
Australia
sauce you
is,
were talking about
yeah,
remind me of
yeah,
the Greek, yeah.
yeah.
I think that
So
is probably the closest thing to a gyro I could have ever tried. Is a Greek
yeah,
style gyro because of I remember the yogurt sauce when you said it. And I was like, I think that was a Greek gyro that I was like it was a Greek gyro shop that we were at and I was like, I don't feel good. I don't think I should eat it. Like I was like nauseous or whatever from the trip or whatever and I was like, I don't feel good. So I'm like, but I believe that's the closest I've ever come to actually being able to like be around all the smell. So I was like, oh my gosh, I want to be in the room for the smell of this because it smelled amazing. I was just nauseous. So I was like, no, I don't think I
yeah.
should eat that.
It's South Australia that has different names, or they have different stuff than some other Australian states. Like they normally it's kebabs and like Melbourne and stuff. South Australia has quite a big Greek population, is why that
Hmm.
they have that influence here. So it just depends like how it is, but yeah, it can be quite different here. But the really good ones is charcoaled meat, so you get that smokiness and stuff and the grilledness from the charcoaled meat. You can some places just get the meat and they cook it on like a sort of a flat top grill. So
Hmm.
it just depends on where you go. You get good ones. You get most of the time, even a average one is still good. It's one of those top. Well, depends on what kind of food you like, but I find even the average one still tastes good. But then when there's a really good one because it just blows your mind.
I have to switch on my
Yeah,
headphones. The other one's dying.
Oh. I wonder why you went silent there for Mrs. How's your family going, Mrs. Austin, by the way?
We're good. We're having we were supposed to have family visit this week and um weird situation. The weird house situation came up. So you know, homeowner Mark would understand. Being a homeowner, well, G would understand. Being a homeowner, when something breaks, it's on you, and so like
Yeah,
they had
no,
to
that.
postpone
Yeah.
the visit. They had to postpone the visit to get it fixed, and so we'll see them later this summer. But sorry, I'm reconnecting my headphones. I apologize.
Yeah, I'm in this. I live in this home myself. This one here.
But
I live in right now.
so yeah, visit.
Yeah. I'm in this home myself. I'm living right now.
Yeah.
So
I just still
I'm
want
working
You're
to
out
actually in a pretty.
okay.
play this game.
Your place is pretty big.
Right.
I think that
It's
the
only a
little
two-bedroom
guys
house.
have a better chance when we team up like this. When the little guys team up like this, and your content is
Yeah,
like I said, we don't do the same exact content, but when we come up on the live, it's not necessarily about the content, it's about us as individuals, as people. So I feel like that highlights, and then we get to talk about it, the things that we want to do. So like you were talking about, you're giving back to your community, even though you're a small
We all
channel.
do.
That's exactly what you've talked about in your brand, like going out in the community and showing the mom and pop shops that are because it's the love of food that's why we return. Because there's so many times I've gone to restaurants and I'm like, I loved the atmosphere,
yeah.
but the food wasn't good. Like I would
sometimes
go
people
back
make
for
you
the
feel
food
welcome.
more than
Yeah,
not just the welcoming yay feeling. Like I would go
Yeah.
back.
yeah,
I would go back even if the food wasn't good the first time. I'm like the people were good. Maybe it was just like maybe we should have just ordered what we really wanted the first thing. Not be So that's why we just go to the restaurants we like, and we usually order. We don't order the same exact thing, but we usually order like what's the special, like you guys are having like seasonal, like we'll do
yeah.
that type situation when we go, instead of just like pick what we want at the same restaurant, because he's like, my parents do that, and I go, yeah, my parents do the same thing. I really don't like, I don't want to have a Tuesday night same dinner, same place, same spot every no. And he goes, neither do I. So we have a tendency to go to new spots, but we will return if the atmosphere and the people just make you feel like show gratitude. Like, I mean, that,
Yeah.
and then it's because it's free. It's free to be like, thank you for choosing us over a
Well, it's like
cheaper
all these.
choice. Thanks.
It's like all these little trolls that come in, and just try to cause like whatever. It's like I'm building something that's going to be around for, hopefully quite a long time. It's like these little content creators that just want to cause issues and they put out a couple of videos that they're not going to really get anywhere, and maybe they don't want to get anywhere. But I want to build a brand. Like you're saying, we all help each other. There's plenty of people that are in the chat as well that we help push their channels, like
Hmm.
even Cody or whoever else. It's like we build a community that everyone feels safe and wants to share their own content. But in relation, like you were saying, to that pizza place, it's like now that me and some other people, even the charity, it promoted them. It did obviously take the food and stuff, but it did promote them. So
Hmm.
they've been promoted so many places. They said on one of their posts that their Friday night when I ordered an afternoon, but they said it was like one of their busiest days in forever. So you're like,
Yeah.
they're
Yeah.
they're gonna be able to turn that around and make
Well,
something positive about this situation.
I don't know if you follow like the hero stories of the United States. I know a lot of people find them fascinating, but where it's
Mm,
like just some random person like saved people. Um, and situation happened. I don't remember where, so I'm not going to quote. But this gentleman happened to stand up
mm,
and stop like mass something really bad, and he owned a
okay.
business. And because he did this, people flocked to his business because he was a good person and wanted to show gratitude for him being a good, honest person. And so it was yay. It was beautiful,
There's
it was wonderful, and it's rewarding. That's why they do what they do. So that's
you
the
feel
great part about the
satisfied
story.
from,
So
well, good people feel satisfied by helping each other. There's actually another
Machines reviews.
local
Coward
pizza.
confirmed.
There's
I don't,
another
yeah.
local. It's because I haven't ate some shitty microwave pizza, microwave burger. Sorry, but there's another pizza place I've wanted to review for a while, and they pay it forward a lot. They're always giving away like a family meal, which pizza, drink, garlic
Yeah.
bread. I normally see them giving away like a box of chocolates with them, and what they do is they pay it forward. Most people know what pay
Hmm.
it forward is, but a lot of times other businesses in the community go in and give like $100, and that
Hmm.
they'll break that down and give that to like a few families. And
Hmm.
I've wanted to review them for a while. They used to actually be just up the road from me, but they've moved a little bit further away. But it used to
Hmm.
be when I was a kid, my local. And it's the same owner, the same dude who still runs this pizza store. But again, I wanted to review them because it's my way of promoting that business or showing people. And again, I'll do a little bit of, I'll say that they pay it forward. I'll say they help the
Hmm.
community out a lot,
Hmm.
but they're another company or another local little small business that gives away a lot. And I've seen that they do it like weekly normally, and sometimes,
Hmm.
as I say, other businesses will go in and spend the money and they'll give it back to the community. Normally, they'll get people just to comment on a Facebook on a post, and then they'll just pick people at random to give
Yeah. Yeah,
you know.
that's
So,
awesome.
but it's just great though, you know. Like sometimes you don't know if the person who's going to win is someone that is well off or someone that's really struggling with a few kids, and you know, I do sometimes read it, and you know, the people that win sometimes like, oh, they've been struggling, or you know, this is going to be a nice treat for their kids and stuff. It's just to
Hmm.
me, that's what the community's all about, and that's why I do like. I know Roger's mentioned this before, but that's why I like to support the small local businesses because they appreciate it. Yeah, they're just, it's like I'm giving back to the community, even if it's just doing a review. You know what I
Oh,
mean?
I
Yeah.
tried to raffle
Thanks.
during the time I was selling the Tupperware stuff. I tried to raffle that I would do. I would try to raffle off a party where I would purchase whatever it is that they wanted. I would match everything. So if one of their family members or friends purchased something, I would match that for their party. So by the time it
Yeah,
was the end of the party, these women were getting like $300 worth of free products from me, and then 100 to $150 worth of free products from the from the
Not much.
from the party. From the fact that people bought it, so they would get even more free stuff, and then
yeah,
and then it was a birthday party. So like you come bring your kid to their kid's birthday party. So I got paid to do the birthday party, do the events, do the invitations, do the decorations. Um, they purchased the cake because they had already ordered it, but I put everything together for them at the venue, so they didn't have to do anything. I cleaned up afterwards. They were like so thankful. They were like, "Oh my gosh, please do this for me every time now." And then they moved away. So I was like, it was very hectic. But I did the Tupperware party while the
yeah,
parents were just sitting around. We did the Tupperware party and did raffles and like gave away $100 worth of free stuff to all the moms that were there. Got plenty of orders, made her order. I made this big, huge thing. And all of the moms were like, and if I if I pay you to do an event thing for me up to a certain amount, you'll do this for me. I'm like, yeah, I'll match what it is that you're paying me. Basically, it was like, let me do your event so that I could have free publicity to all of the people that show up, and I will, whatever you pay me, I will put back into and pay for you for the Tupperware party. So it was like a bang for your buck, and you got to get
yeah.
whatever you wanted, and I got to promote both of my businesses at the same time.
I mean,
I did it twice.
as a bonus as well. Sometimes the most strongest promotion is like word of mouth. So if you're
Hmm.
doing stuff like that, people are going to say, if they ever need whatever you're selling or whatever you're promoting or
Hmm.
whatever, people are going to say,
And
"Oh,
that's
try
why
this
a
person." You
collaboration.
know, yeah,
That's why your collaborations are important, because it puts you in the view of people outside of your own local community, your own state. You're putting you on the other side of the continent, other side of the the globe. You're putting you're getting people like me who are in the United States who are viewing your content. You're getting people in other countries who are viewing your content. So it's you're being bounced around because you're collaborating with others, again, who do the same thing you do, which is the food review stuff, the same thing that you do with your hobby with the painting, the same thing you do with what you did before, with your music, and then if you did video games or whatever else kind of content that you put on, and then you're getting
yeah,
random people who I don't do any of that content. I sing. So you're getting all of my followers are from you guys anyway. So there's maybe, I think, 3 people that are not following you guys because of me. You know what I mean? So
hey,
it's paying it forward in that sense. Like we're just hanging out, just
but
getting to know each other. We get paid in
I
friendship,
mean,
you know?
yeah, yeah. That's what it's like. And these people or people that may have been on Funkin' Hungry, the reason they've gone to other channels is because they know, you know, Roger, Mark, and yourself, Mrs. Austin. They know that you're great people and they want to support it. It's like if someone came up started acting like a complete twat, they're probably not going to go, "Oh, I'm going to go watch their content. I'm going to support them. I'm going to, you know, like
Hmm.
know they know who we are. They know that we give back to everyone else." So it doesn't really matter where someone may come from. They stick around because they want to, and
Mhm.
they go onto the other channels because they know that we sort of, want to give back to everyone. So
And that's what I'm
it's
saying.
good.
Building a community around that, you can't complain. I'm glad that you got tagged. I'm glad that you were tagged in it. I mean, I'm sure, I'm sure my opinion would pull, up in top 5 of what most of those people would say when they looked at the million subscriber guy that also shared it, was like, "You better, this dude's got 500." Like, this guy over here has 500 because they're in the same area, because it's this impact, hit hard to the community, and the community is trying to help do what they can, quickly. That's what I love about social media, and I hate at the same time. It's like it's instant.
Mm.
Like there's instant support that before was like a phone tree. Like, you called, and then you had to call someone else, and then they had to call someone else, and then that's the way the word spread before. Now it's, instantaneously. So I know
But that I was going to say that
watching
Fozzie
watching
guy is
small
a huge.
communities
He,
struggle
he is
is
a
hard.
huge influence on South Australia because his show is he normally goes around promoting small businesses and on
Hmm.
his Facebook pages and stuff. Like that's why he promoted them. But as soon as I saw they were in need, I saw them on the charity one. I saw them on his, and I
Yeah,
just said, "Oh, I'm going to review them." And then I did just like tag Funkin' Hungry the Facebook page, and that's why
yeah,
some people was just liking it, and they were saying, "Oh, because of what I was planning to do." And then I
yeah.
went to work and edited it out to make sure that it was out, and just put in a bit of work. And at the end of the day, it's not, I was just trying to give back, and that's what I do to normally places that I review that don't have that story attached to
Hmm.
it. I try to but yeah, I need to just start getting out there a little bit more. Obviously, I had like anxiety and the rest of it as well. But I've I've been
No,
invited
I'm
as a as
100% loving the you doing the reviews. Even I know I don't like to eat in front of people, so that's why I
what
don't like doing the food reviews. I'm not
do you know
like,
what's
when I
funny?
get comfortable, it's different. But you know what I mean? Like, I'm not gonna sit here and eat a bowl of spaghetti in front of the
You know
live.
what's
Like, I'm just
you know what's
that's
funny?
weird to me.
When my depression and anxiety and stuff was a lot worse quite a few years ago, I as well wasn't comfortable to only
Yeah.
eat around people I kind of know. Like I wasn't the
Hmm.
type that would just go into a food court and just like order food and just sit there happily and just eat. I just
That is why I act like
just
I'm the only person in the room when I eat in public, because I'm like, it's a necessity. I won't eat. I won't do what needs to be. I won't build the energy I need to walk around and do what it is that I'm out here doing if I don't eat. So yeah, I had to start. But again, only after I had kids. Like,
mm,
only after I had kids did I have we have to sit down and eat. I have to feed my kids. So, I mean, like, there's no I can ignore this, or I can just go to the car. And then, the vid happened. The So, and then everybody started eating in their cars, and I was like, yes, I get to eat in my car, and nobody's gonna judge me because everyone's doing it. So, yeah, that was
well, that's
great.
why sometimes when I look back at like my depression and anxiety that's been going for probably about 17 years or whatever, there's obviously a lot of ups and downs, but it's you look back and like I look back and stuff that I've used to find difficult, and I'm not finding it difficult anymore. So yeah,
No idea. And it says paired, so I don't know who it's paired to. I'm really hoping that's not
that
me.
would no, that would be Mark's. He's the only one that's paired tonight.
Oh, okay. I couldn't get it to work.
Welcome,
I kept
though.
trying to, and my iPad wouldn't open up the YouTube to link it, because, like, I'm already all. I'm like, damn, I don't know
When
why it's
did
not
you try?
working.
Maybe I don't know.
It'll do it on a laptop.
Who
Like I
cares
said,
about
my
what other people
iPad is
think?
not. My iPad registers
Oh,
as mobile on Restream. Like, when I would, even though I'm on a web page, it still registers as mobile. So if I would have clicked the web display before I got on live, then it would have let me do everything that I'm allowed to do. So I know that that's what it was. That's what I was saying earlier. I was like, I did it before on accident when we went live on Restream. Me and Ryan did, and I figured it out. And I'm like, now I can't remember how to do it. So I'm like, crap. I keep forgetting.
Welcome, Gibbo. But yeah, the Gibbo says, who cares about what other people think? It's not. It's when it comes to anxiety, it's kind of interesting because it's not necessarily like I give a shit what other people think of me, and I haven't for a long time. Like I haven't. Like I know, even being a kid, I used to be treated differently from family or even just people around. But it's when it comes to anxiety, it's more some internal struggle. It's not really like, oh, that person's looking at me, because if they were, I probably would have went like this to them, like like do the old head scratch on the side with my middle finger up.
Yeah, no, I have no problem going, what are you looking at?
Like
Can
King Gibbo?
Yeah. I think it has to do with I think my anxiety stems from not feeling in a secure space, because I know that I'm not fully aware of my surroundings because of my sensory issues. Parts of me shut down. I know that I don't necessarily hear the person walking up behind me because I'm literally focused into what it is that I'm looking at, and I could be in danger. So I'm not always aware of my surroundings. Like half the time Ryan's like, you're not paying attention. And I was like, what are you talking about? And he's like, you are not paying attention. Like, do you see now what I'm like? Oh, that's where I was standing. I'm like, oh, he's like, you are not paying attention. I'm like, nope. Like I will walk into things. I hit my head on stuff all the time because I'm not paying attention to what I'm doing. So I'm grateful to have that security, feel like a security blanket around me. So if I'm at all whatsoever overloaded from my sensories, I'm gonna have anxiety in public. So I know exactly what you mean. It's not necessary. It's the fact that I have to I have to stop spamming to eat. Because I don't like eating and then making direct eye contact with a stranger. It's really weird. Like I don't like just stand there and keep staring at you, and then I have to go 1, 2, 3, look away, because
especially if it's like a hot dog or a banana or something.
Oh no, I'm caught like licking. No, I usually make eye contact with someone when I'm licking the side of something. It's not even what I'm supposed to be doing. It's just like and then I'll be like, like I don't know what yeah. That's when people get you.
But it's well with anxiety. I've said it to people. Or some people might like say, oh, they wouldn't kind of know that I have issues when it comes to stuff like that, or I come across confident in certain situations. But that's the way anxiety or even depression is. They kind of balance a little bit, like they kind of go hand in hand. The stuff that other people might feel anxious about, I wouldn't, and then stuff that just going everyday stuff that people find easy, I might find difficult. I mean, I'm quite okay with public speaking. I will get anxious, but anxious just like anyone would. Where someone else might freak out and have like a panic attack. Where I might have a panic attack just going to, I might have a panic attack just going like preparing to go to an appointment or something, that someone else might just say they'll have a mild bit of anxiety, but they'll be able to just push through and do it. Where I'll be like, like kind of almost vomiting or having that.
Yeah.
So it just, it's kind of interesting how people look at stuff sometimes. Man, the trolls are loving life tonight, all because I haven't ate a microwaved burger. They must be really triggered about it.
Yeah, Mr. G loves eating a hot dog.
Well, yeah, I probably would eat it on the side, because it'd probably come across pretty weird if I went head on and went to the tip first.
What's wrong, Ryan Clark? You're a bit jealous, are you? Yeah, I'm gonna eat that hot dog in your life, mate.
Ryan's probably like eating a hot dog as he's watching.
Oh, yes, Pete.
You guys are making me hungry, and I've been craving sausages, and Ryan made me sausages. So this whole conversation is very strange right now.
I had snakes tonight.
Okay, so like
I
4
was
or 5 days ago,
praising the
he's like, I'm
food.
gonna. They are, Becky. They are. So like 4 or 5 days ago, Ryan's like, I'm gonna make breakfast before I go to work. Do you want some? And I was like, yes, please wake me up. I totally want
Spicy
breakfast.
curry on
He's
the
like, okay. So he's like, I'm
sweats.
gonna make some
Oh,
sausage and I'll make eggs and like toast and stuff. And I was like, yeah, that sounds great. Well, he
Yeah.
took the sausage out and then he never made it. And I was like, now I've been craving
Oh,
sausage.
no.
So he made it for me he made it this morning. And I was like,
Yeah.
oh man. So I told him, save it, I'll eat it when I'm hungry. Now I'm hungry. So now I'm like, well, damn it. You're just talking about hot dogs. Now I'm hungry.
Yeah.
So gross.
So
I
that's
haven't
when McGill said this all.
I haven't had curry on the channel yet, and I haven't had spicy stuff for a while. I reckon I need to get like a vindaloo or a really spicy curry and like get it, as hot as they can make.
Okay, while we're up
I've
here, I
got,
forgot to
I
ask
need another
while
spice,
Mark was
Robbo,
here.
for life.
What is it? What is Alaska? Alaska is that how you say it? Alaska.
Luxor.
Laxa. There you go.
I'm pretty sure it's Malaysian. It's basically like almost a mix between like a curry and a soup almost. It has like the broth or whatever you want to call it is a little bit more like a curry consistency. But yeah, it normally has noodles and it's quite spicy.
You want to go,
Again,
Ryan?
you can get different
I love most of the things I
levels
just said.
Your audio is off, Roger. It must be.
I love most of the things I can just said. If you want, Ryan.
Oh, that's all right. They can do what they want. Normally they lose interest if you don't give them the attention that they, for some reason, crave so badly.
I like tempting them so they can say something worse
Oh,
than I
he's
said
talking
tonight.
to them. I thought he was talking to us. I'm like, what are you saying, Roger? I don't know what you're saying. Sorry, I was talking about food. I forgot we were talking about trolls.
It's not so it's troll here, Ryan Clark. You want to go?
Oh, Gibbo reckons his audio's all right.
Things, and it's not PC.
No, sorry, Gibbo. Totally my bad. I thought Roger was talking to us, and Roger's responding to the chat.
Oh, he is, Gibbo.
Are you on Google Chrome, Roger? Are you on the old Firefox?
I think he's on the laptop, right? You're on the laptop.
I'm Google Chrome.
No, but you're on the laptop, right? You're not on your phone.
I'm not on my phone. I'm on my
yeah. Good job.
Brand new laptop I brought recently.
Coming from you, that one's funny.
Maybe.
Eyeballs and assholes. Oh,
true.
Right.
So we're talking about TikTok. We're having a conversation about like I do therapy talk all the time, and I think it's great having the amount. I think personally, it's great having the knowledge and education that I have into psychology, and to not just like psychology, but like also anthropology. So like the study of human behavior, as well as understanding of human like psychology. So like understanding why our brains do what they do, and then understanding why people do what they do in context to where they are. So like all of the trolls, they're the mirror effect. The mirror effect that they're
like you can tell that they've been neglected their whole life, and they find themselves a platform, and they're like, oh look, I'm with my friend, and I'm going to type a message because my friend that's over the room from me, he's going to be really impressed with me. He's going to look at me and smile and laugh and be like, oh, you sure showed them. Like, what a bunch of little piss ants. Like, they're probably
it's the level of expectation. It's the level of expectation that they expect. They expect the notoriety from us. They expect the finger workout of the keyboard warrior. They have that plus the expectation that whoever they're doing it for is actually watching. Yeah. It's very much it's very complex. Yeah, you're super complex,
especially coming from grown adults, men, cough, cough, cough. And like they feel like they're very.
Oh, they could be 12-year-olds for all this matters. They can be 12-year-old for
no,
all this matters. The level of maturity has nothing to do with age. I think that's been proven.
I've seen them before. They're a bunch of like Barrow crackheads. They're local dealers probably out of the old crystal meth, and they're probably getting a bit rowdy. I know what it's like. It's not my first time I've come across a crackhead. Won't be my last.
You'd be surprised how many crackheads are around.
Yeah,
Ryan likes to watch this guy. It's called Crack or Tweak or something like that, and it's like he literally drives around and like records people who are being weird and like yells it out, and usually if he's right they react and like chase his car and he's like going 25 miles an hour, like he's in a residential, he's not speeding, and these people are trying to chase him and they run out after his vehicle and they're yelling and it's conflict, but it's like he's outing them, like it's 4 o'clock in the morning, what are you doing pushing a lawnmower in the middle of the road, like I'm gonna call you names. like it's not his job. It's a hobby, 100% a hobby. And it has to do with that whole like auditing police, like following police activity. So it's like I'm in an active area where police should be patrolling and they're nowhere to be found. So I'm gonna point that out. Like I'm driving down somewhat of a main road at 4 in the morning. There's lights. Like I'm not spotlighting this person. You can clearly see there's a person walking down the middle of the road with a lawnmower and there are no cops to be found. Like there's something wrong with this picture. So I get it's funny.
Do you remember bum fights? Did you ever watch that?
No, I don't think I did.
Like they used to go around and they used to like give bums like a little bit of crack and stuff.
Oh, bum fights. Okay, yeah. Okay.
Like,
that was like World Star though. That was like back in the day, like before it was more like uploaded videos, not necessarily like live stream stuff, right?
They've done like MTV Cribs, but it was like bums, and they were like showing their place, and it was just they were living like under a bridge or whatever, and this is my room, and they've got it. They show the porn magazine,
like,
and they bring out a
whole,
trolley.
Like,
they're showing off, but they have absolutely nothing. It's like, oh yeah, here's my trolley, and
it was like a low budget. It was like a low budget UFC fighting.
Homeless around with like a camera. Like it was so ridiculous, but I remember they had a Bling Bling. He was like a rapper, a crackhead, and he had hardly any teeth. And he's like, Bling Bling keeps his crack pipe in his collar. He's like, I know the difference from good crack and bad crack. And he's like, oh, good crack. And he starts singing and stuff. It's so random and ridiculous.
That's I mean, and at one point it's like exploitation, and the other point it's extreme. It's like horrible, whatever. But like again, we were just talking about how like content back then was completely different than content now.
It was.
You know what I mean? Like those dudes were probably fist fighting over drugs anyway, so might as well make content out of it. Like might as well, you know what I mean? Does that make sense? Like, even if it's satire, you're still bringing awareness to what the hell's going on. Yeah. Like, it's just like those now. Like, there's one of my favorites. It's Underbelly. He does like interviews, and he doesn't exploit these people. He does try to help them
as well.
Yeah, he does go out of his way to try to help them get into rehab and get into shelters and like help themselves, because he starts to build relationships with these people, that's part of the experience.
The Whitaker family that he
you're talking about Marchabelli. No, I'm not talking about him. There's another guy named, he's been doing the Underbelly thing. He's been doing for like 20 years. He would go and like as like a almost like a social worker, like a welfare check worker, like for the county, like health and human services, like to check up on addicts and or mental health patients and or things like that. Like that's what he did for a long time. And then he basically went like retired or whatever, and like or he's always been in journalism, but that's what he worked with. Like he worked with people like this before, and now turned his documentary into like, it's on YouTube, Facebook, all everywhere. But I think it's called Underbelly, and then it's Underbelly with, and then his name. I can't remember his name right now, but
Well, the one that I watch is White Soft Underbelly. He's like Mark. His name's like Mark
Yeah,
something
yeah,
or
yeah, yeah. That's him.
other.
That's him. That's him. He does. He did.
The
He did one with the Marchavelli guy, and yes, the Whitaker family. I don't know what you're talking about.
yeah, well,
He did his.
recently he came out and he said he's not going to be doing because people were saying that he's exploiting people, but he was
Yeah,
doing GoFundMe's and
yeah,
yeah, but yeah, he does a great channel. It's he does like the
yeah.
black and white
Yes, yes, yes.
pictures, and he
Yes.
does like from strippers to addicts. Yeah, he does a great
Talk
job
about
at it.
humanizing, like, and it's humanizing for me to watch those
Mark
stories because I
Mark
have so many friends. I've been to
Laidlaw.
so many, like
Mm,
AA, NA, like support group type situations where some of the stories that you hear are definitely humanize people, and then you see them in and out of rehabs or in and out of prison, and then you meet prisoners. My dad worked in a prison, so I met a lot of reformed prisoners who would have workforce type jobs with my dad. Um, during my dad's free time, and like he would go to group homes and he would like do Bible studies and stuff like that. I was always in trouble, so I went with him. So I got to hear humanizing sides of these guys. Like I would, my growing up and being a teenager, my family would be like, you always hang out with like the outcast kids, like the kids that have like, you know,
mm.
bad reputations type that. And I was like, because I know who they are outside of what they did. And
Yeah, well,
that's a
sometimes
space, like, you gotta
some
have a heart. You gotta have a heart of gold for that kind of space.
yeah.
I've been heartbroken so many times trying to help people get out of hard situations and then get attached, and yeah, no, it's
Mm,
not
mm.
healthy. Not at all.
I'm like
Especially
that
if
as
you're a
well,
people
and
pleaser.
I try not to do it anymore. Like I used to,
Yeah.
sometimes women that I'd come across, it's like I try to help them, and then I like build up a bit of a like a bond or a connection with them.
Yeah.
But obviously, it's quite toxic because really you should just have trying to help them and not like kind of build feelings, romantic
Hmm.
feelings for them. Keep it as just. But yeah, a lot of
Becky.
those
I
people they
didn't see
will
Becky's
just
comment. That's funny.
use you and yeah. Well, go check it out. The funny thing is, I did give that individual. It's getting to the point that I won't even say names because why promote them? But I gave that
Hmm.
individual, I shared the channel, try to help promote them and send people his way, and that's no doubt that's how Becky knows the channel because I tried to share it and tell people to go that way. But yeah, people want to come with their little Doug friends and
Yeah.
try and just cause. Because we all like having a laugh, but when you're just coming and you're just like dissing people for all different reasons, like there's a difference between having a laugh and like
No,
last
there's a
week
difference
people came.
between you're not getting the response out of who you want to get the response out of. So you're gonna pick
Mm,
on other people who are on the panel. You're disgusting.
yeah,
Like that's
yeah, pretty
you're
much.
going you're taking it so far that it's just that's ridiculous. And continue to watch, please, because the watch hours are what are needed. Like that's why you were tolerated for as long as you were, because content is content. But
Yeah, that's it.
yeah, you can watch, you can view all you want, but you know, communicating and
Oh,
view
jeez.
and talking about it,
Yeah.
and that's it,
I
and
don't.
that's the conflict between the sub only commenting, right? That's the conflict. Like you're gonna gain subs for the live just so that they can comment, and then you're gonna lose
Yeah,
subs because you end up
yeah, of course.
muting them because they can't just be a human being.
Mm,
So
We'll have to admit a
that's
few
that's
people
got to
that
be
just
frustrating. I think that's
trolls.
why I'm always like, please don't send people to my page because I don't post regular content. Like I don't. I just honestly, I don't want to waste your time. Don't waste my time to waste your time. Like, cause I'm gonna add you on there, and then I'm gonna start putting more and more content because I'm
Yeah.
getting traction. And then after a month and a half of putting on content, I'm not getting any interactions. I'm not getting any, stuff like that. I'm gonna slow down my content, and then I feel like, and then I sit over here feel guilty. Yes, so yes, 100% that.
I totally understand, Mrs. Awesome. I totally understand.
So it's like,
understand where you come
I
from.
would rather organically grow. Again, yes, I'm getting frustrated that I'm not, but again, I'm frustrated with not getting, I don't know. I don't know. I don't want, I don't want the recognition people think I want. Does that make sense? Like
I
I
understand.
want to,
Totally, Mrs. Austin. I totally understand.
I want to, I
Respect
want
where
to
you come
be,
from.
I want to be involved at a low level. I don't want to like do full blown, because when I do full blown, then
Yeah,
I don't have any time and or like I that it's gonna consume me. Like we were talking about, when you get a bunch of subs, you have to start doing more
yeah,
and more content, and I just don't. It's not that I don't have the time. I don't have the, like we were just talking about, what cost, for the audio to get
yeah,
some
no,
good clip on mics and just me talking about what I pay, what I want for my singing stuff. It's cost, it's
yeah.
to
You
be
better
cost
fly under
effective,
the.
it's worth buying the better than it is to buy the not so good. But
Yep.
if it's my first run, I agree I should buy, not necessarily the cheapest, but definitely buy the one that's been working. And again, if we're doing most of the podcast in a closed area, we're not gonna though. That's my problem. That's why I want to get something that's going to be good for when we're out and about, because we do plan to be, going on walks or doing this or that while we're doing our stuff. That's why I told them, like, when we do our walks and stuff, we should do pre-recorded and then just premiere it so that we can be in the live and we can chit chat with everybody. So we don't have to necessarily perform and be on live, that we can just chat in and talk and say hi and um,
Yeah.
try that out as an option. Uh, try that out as an option for growing our pages, because Ryan is interested in growing his and his hasn't grown. So maybe
Yeah.
I'm gonna throw his link in there.
So
You guys want to give Ryan a follow?
you prefer to fly under the radar yourself, Mrs. Austin?
I'd
Like,
I'd
you're so
rather slowly
small.
get there. Yeah, I'd rather slowly get there and not be at a level where it's like I'm gonna have so many people watching me. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah,
again,
no,
you have to
Well,
think only 20%
I've,
of them are gonna keep
I've
coming back.
slowly got there as
That's
well.
the
Like
highest.
the only times
took
really
me
I
about
promote my stuff is on Instagram and Facebook, but I'm promoting them on my own pages,
Yeah.
Like I'm just sharing.
for the last 7 years. I got to my brother Robert Firefly for 442 subs and me 438.
Yeah.
But our YouTube channels, if you have a look, it's a little bit older than that. But
Well, I like some of
Yeah, I know
Roger's
that I
old
gotta put
reviews.
more time into it. I wish that I had better editing stuff. I wish that I had a little more experience with editing stuff that I do have. I don't have as much. I
Mm.
get frustrated and walk away. I'm like, nope, delete, start over. I did something wrong. I can't figure it out. Um, then sometimes it's like you said, I have to download, delete, unclick, something every time I do it. I'm like, no, I don't want to do this every time for like 600. No, I'm good. Uh, and most of what I do put up on my YouTube, if it's over, 3 to 5 minutes over a reel, if it's longer than a reel, then it's a TikTok live, and half the time you don't get to see the chat. So that's the reason why I want to start doing
Mm.
my TikTok through Restream, because I can have the chat come up on the screen, and then when you're watching the lives, you can see who I'm responding to, so that I don't have to do the click, 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 click. You know what I mean? So I can do the overlay. So that's the only reason I want to do the. I'm gonna do a test run tomorrow, because I'm gonna start doing singing live content Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. So it's
No.
every other day, so I can give myself a rest. And it's
Yeah.
gonna be, I'm I'm gonna have to maximize myself to an hour, because singing more than an hour live after an hour or two of practicing, I'm getting tired. Like I just don't have the energy.
Yeah, because on my third channel, I was like maybe gonna start doing vlogging or go to places that aren't obviously food related
Mhm.
and do like kind of content or videos on that, just around South Australia and landmarks and just go to places and show them. I have been doing a little bit of content. I haven't edited yet, but it would be more shorts type stuff at the moment because I just
that's exactly what I would love.
it down, but
I'd love to see your shorts, more of the backstage, like background, like I know mostly right now it's ordering and it's being delivered, so walking to the door to get the delivery doesn't make much content, you know what I mean? But like the menu, the if they have like a buffet style, like show the food as a short and then like bam, like towards your review. That would be cool. That would be cool. Even if you reviewed at home, I would still love to see the whole, like, you know what I mean, atmosphere, because then that includes into your.
I'm talking about non-food related stuff as well for the. Because I've got Funkin' Hungry, the Hyper Sapien, I've got the other channel, which doesn't have much content. It's just where the live streams end up.
Yeah.
But like exploring more places that aren't food related as well. So it's just just a little bit of like vlogging type stuff, or just whatever. Even going to the zoo, or there's just like we have a giant rocking horse here that some people that aren't local might be interested in seeing. Like it's like big enough for you to climb up. Like it's kind of
we have like a giant chair, giant ball of twine. Yeah, weird stuff too.
Yeah, so just weird stuff like that is unique here, but people might. Just to get a bit of different stuff out there and just see what develops over time, because it's kind of sometimes when you start doing stuff, you get more ideas. So it's kind of like just trying stuff out, see where it ends up, and just see.
Even if you did the whole even if you did the whole like Paul says, there's a bunch of great landmarks. So like even if you did like a landscape, like you went and did a viewing of it, and stop, go, and had some like background music playing like the whole time, if you're not even talking, you're just and again that'd be the splits, and like then it's a voiceover. There could be a point where you're voiceover and you're talking about where it is, what you were doing, history of, read the plaques that you pause. Like you don't necessarily have to be full on camera either. I know that sounds like a lot of editing, but it seems to be a lot of editing. You know what I mean? You're doing the editing while sitting on video. It seems to be a little less editing to do when it's just voiceover, because then it's just audio that you have to worry about, not the video aspect of it.
So as I've said, I've got a little bit of footage from went to the botanical gardens and where else did I go? Just some playgrounds or parks here are very like they're putting more money into areas as time goes on. So they're
showing off the upgrades. That'd be nice, because there's like eventually, like I told you, when me and my family do make the trip to Australia, it will be Adelaide area that we're going to. So those would be beneficial to me. I know that more and more people, because I do a lot of like Airbnb lookups, because we have a large family and I have dogs and my sister has a dog, and like just being able to come together as a family and like hang out like it's our house would be great for a few days, instead of trying to pay all the extras, bells and whistles for going to a motel or a hotel or something like that. So making it more like family style. Knowing I would rather go to a small town area where I can short drive away from everywhere else that I want to go see, make it a day trip, but I'm going to be there for 2 weeks. So it makes sense to stay in a residential area like that and rent a house for the week, than it is to go and stay in the big bustling city that's, what I'm talking about? So it's like that makes more sense for me and my family, and those are more opportunities that are coming up. So if there's like a hometown type like suite motel area where it's like a bungalow for me and my whole family that I rent, I would easily go there to that area. So those reviews would be awesome.
Useful. I could do a couple of different, like if I film on location, but also I can like even the beach, I can show the beach, but then most of the beaches have food places nearby, so I can review a couple, like one or maybe a couple of food places, then show the location on a different channel and show different content, and
Very much review more than just the food, exactly. Because then you could, while being in the area, you're going to hear about local events. So you could just happen to go wherever that you're eating, there could be live music down the road, free live music down the road, and you'd be like, oh, and add that to that. You know what I mean? So you're definitely that's a big picture. You're looking at in big picture. I like that. I like that a lot. Because I want it to be I want to go when I get up and have the nerve to go up and out and, we go to go eat out and stuff like that. We really do try to incorporate all of the activities we need to get done, plus add a little fun and excitement and something else to where we can have fun and giggle and run around. Like we would definitely be doing that. We'd get food and go straight to the beach. That sounds amazing. That sounds exactly, or be at the beach and then go there after because we're hungry. Yeah. Yeah.
And most of the time it's fish and chips. I mean, they do all sorts around those places. Like there's Semaphore or Geelong that is Glenelg, sorry, is two main beaches, but they have like a huge amount of like food shops or whatever around there. So I could kind of show that off and then just choose where I decide to do the food review.
Not just that though, you could do a bit more research and find out like price wise, like this is family friendly, this is this type of nightlife on this night, like that. You could do that kind of stuff too. You could add that, and I mean that by the content, because I know how you add content like text on the screen. Like you can add that kind of content when you're talking about it. So it's, even though it's a 15-minute review, you're just it's packed with information, like what I'm talking about, like a 15-minute thumbnail. Like that's what you're like, you're just grabbing their attention the whole time. So I definitely see that. I can see every bit of what you're talking about just from watching how you do your content. Like I can see it popping up. Like it's that sounds, again, that's what I'm there for. I'm not there to watch you eat something and then tell me what you think about it.
Even going to some of these places, you might even see stuff along the way. Like, some of these places aren't local to me, like just round the corner. You get into some of these places, Glenelg and Semaphore Beach. Yeah, I mean, I've gone to Semaphore is normally the one I go to mainly, and that does have the best fish and chips in South Australia there, which I've been meaning to review. It's just like there's a lot of places I've wanted to review or even just showcase and just show that, like that some of the best of South Australia are around. Go have fish and chips, show that, and then I can kind of show the Semaphore Beach. It'll just be I think good content. It'll be kind of fun to showcase landmarks, but also do food reviews along the way, and we'll build up that other channel a bit more as well. What's that, Roger?
Just talking about what Paula said, that beaches.
Yeah, I mean
that drilling or stuff before.
People that haven't gone to South Australia, or like Mrs. Austin, some people in different countries, they just so you can see the differences of what different beaches are like, but also compare it to stuff Yeah, Soto's fish and chip shop is good. It's one of those places that is always busy, but when it's like summer, school holidays, and kids and stuff, sometimes the line is going. There's a huge line
around the block.
Sometimes you're waiting 20, 30 minutes, and you normally have a little. When it's busy, you have a little number, or even when it's not that busy, but they call out your number. And that's how busy you can get.
Yep, there's the place we used to go to. The place we used to go to is in Santa Cruz. The place we used to go to, Santa Cruz, between Santa Cruz and Pismo Beach. There's all these shops. There's all these piers, popping off into the ocean that people go to, and they're revamping those. Like you're talking about, showing off what they're revamping. They're revamping. They've just finished doing the downtown Pismo Beach area, and there's this barbecue shop that's right up the road from there, and that place does the same thing during the summertime. With the line will be up and around the block, and up around the block, and then across the street because there's housing. So it's like the people get mad that people are standing in front of their house, so they make them stay on the block of where they are, so they will turn around. But it's a barbecue rib shop, and people pay like. The reason why they go there is because it's reasonable. It's reasonable for a night out, and it's like the best in the area, you know. So, which is strange because you would think surf and turf is what you're looking for. You know, you're looking for a steak and seafood. You're not looking for ribs. You know, you want the best cut of the best cut. So, or you know, the fish and chips. You know, you're not looking for ribs, but yeah, it's pretty well known for its ribs. And yeah,
Well,
I know exactly what you mean.
There's a few places down there that I've tried, but I haven't reviewed. You know, sometimes when I'm just out and about, I don't have my tripod or whatever I might need to record. But there's a really good burger joint down there that I've had, and just there's so many food places that I haven't tried yet, and they're just not necessarily local to me. But I need to go to
See
these
now,
places
okay,
with
so these kind of shops would be okay. So do you guys have instances? Do you guys have like farmers markets, or do you just go buy your vegetables from the store?
No, they have markets as well. The funny
Yeah.
enough, you said that on the news yesterday. They were saying how much we're getting screwed over from the big supermarkets because say like an iceberg lettuce might be $6 or whatever, and you go to one of those farmer markets and it's like $1. So
And the
for $10,
flavor, the difference between the flavor of the homegrown than the one that you're getting from the commercial. Yeah, just the flavor alone. Yeah. That's why the reason I ask is because like you could do like food trucks, you could do farmers markets. Like farmers markets, there's always people down there that are doing fresh meals, like they're
that's a bit
or
like
food trucks or something like that. Like a
banana reviews or whatever. Like, oh, let's see if this is better than this. But yeah, no, I mean, it is always.
well, you know what I
You
mean.
have to
Like
know what
some
you
people,
mean.
some shop. It's not necessarily what's better. You could go and get what they're known for. Like, what is your known for thing? What is the most
Yeah,
asked for thing when I come in here and I want to know what that is? So that's what you want to promote. Or
exactly.
what is your special? Like, what is a
Maybe
specialty
West
that
known for something.
if you're local, to walk in and say, this is what I want to order. Like I want a quirky story behind the review. Like that's what I would do. I would lean towards those or
I am the
that a
quirky
whole
story
you know what I
on
mean?
the
And
on the.
well, not necessarily, something that speaks for itself in the business. You know what I mean? Like you're just telling their story. You're not having to create one. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because I wouldn't. I mean, I've mentioned this before. I wouldn't mind speaking to some of the people that own these places as well,
Yeah.
if they have
Yeah.
time and stuff. To get a bit of history from these places, because some of
Yeah.
these some of these food places have been around. Like the people were young, but they had them. Now they're old. Like 30 years or
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it'd
It's
be
like
good to
second
get a bit of
generation is now taking over. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
so add a little bit more to Funk and Hungry instead of. But I'm just going to let the dog out. I'll be back. But yeah, just
All right.
had all these ideas. But yeah, one day they'll get done. And looking
You're
into the
moving towards
micro,
them already. You took a big step by doing what you did, and I'm like I said, I'm glad that you got the bit of recognition that you got for it. That's pretty cool, you know.
even looking into like a new microphone, just so I can feel confident that when I record it, I'm not going to have to screw around with sound and stuff,
Mm-hmm.
or record content, and all of a sudden it's kind of unusable because of sound quality or whatever. I mean,
Yes.
I can always incorporate voiceover as well if I have to, but it's a little bit of trial and error and see how I go.
Uh-huh. My problem is not knowing how to like I tried to do a duet on TikTok the other day. Let Soul out and we'll talk when you come back. But how is are you doing karate right now or are you on a break? Roger.
Yeah.
Yeah, are you
No,
doing
still
karate right
doing
now or are you on a
karate
break?
and Muay Thai
Hmm.
and BJJ, like
Do
Brazilian
you
Jiu
take
Jitsu and that.
breaks? Do you take breaks during school breaks? Like if they're on a break for school, you're not
Uh,
you're not doing your classes or Is it more of a break in between?
We take a mid-year break for about 2 weeks and a December, early January break during that time as well. That's how many breaks they have.
Like a holiday, kind of like a holiday, like summer or
like a break,
or Christmas, yeah. Sorry, it's winter and Christmas for you. I forget that it's backwards. I'm like, summer and Christmas. Yeah, I'm like, wait, summer is Christmas for you.
We got summer.
Yeah.
Because we get Christmas where it's really hot sometimes,
Yeah.
Well, you and Ryan, the family, winter warms up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys are out there in shorts and swimming on Christmas, and I'm over here bundled up. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking, it's so cool there.
Yeah.
I'd like to swap weather with Mrs. Austin.
And I would love your Christmas because it's nice and warm and yay. Like I told the kids, I said we might go to Australia for Christmas. And they're like, "Why?" And I was like, "It's the other side of the world, so it's really warm on Christmas." They're like, "Oh, okay, we'll go. Yeah, well, I'm gonna go for Christmas. I'm gonna go where it's warm for Christmas." Like my kids always wanting to go swimming. Like, okay, we can go swimming now. Let's go to Australia and go swimming for Christmas.
Yeah, you, Ryan, and your family would be, let's go to the pool for Christmas, Mum.
Yeah.
And I in Australia, we spell mum, M-U-M, like UK. And that is M-O-M in America, isn't it?
Yeah.
M-O-M?
Yeah.
We spell it M-U-M.
Here it's moom. Yeah, you guys say mum. Yeah. Yeah, mum.
Yeah. We spell it the same as the UK. Yeah, that's
ours should be moom. You should say M-O-M is moom. The way that we were just arguing this the other day about how first grade grammar doesn't make sense to full grown adults because letters should be like they should be spelled the way they sound, not letters should not. And then like they were arguing that they're full grown adults and they don't even know first grade language arts, and like they're arguing that's not what I know, and they're like, seriously, like that's you learned that in first grade. They're like, no, that's not, like they didn't know any of the answers. And they're like, you are not smart. And he was like, do not listen to anything I'm saying right now. I have no idea what I'm talking about. Like, it was hilarious.
When I tried the US early 2000s, it's still confusing me a bit. Because
you mean when they say the 1900s?
We spell
I'm
color.
Like, shut up.
In Australia, we spell color C-O-L-O-U-R. But in US, it's C-O-L-O-R. The color.
Yeah, and it should be pronounced color. Yeah, it should be announced color where we are, and it's color. Yeah, it's again, like I said, we are not a learn a language by its actual phonics. We are learn a language by its sight. We are. That's how me as a teacher, I know this. We do not teach kids. We do not teach kids proper English. We teach them sight words, so that they see a word and associate that word with what we're telling them that it says.
Yeah,
that's why it's a sight word, because it is not. This is not proper English.
In Australia, we call Strine language, like language, Strine English.
Mm-hmm.
It's English, but we call it Strine or Australian English. It's Strine.
Yeah.
S-T-R-I-N-E or something. I can't spell it myself, but that's what our Australian accent is, a Strine accent.
Yeah. Yeah. No, Hawaiians have a pidgin English. That's their pronunciation.
Yes.
Pidgin English is very much way more spoken in Hawaii than regular the regular English. Yeah.
Same with New Guinea. They speak a pidgin English too in New Guinea. Which is just north of Australia.
Part their language, part English, because some words don't translate. Yeah.
Yeah, they're still mingling their own language. Yeah, I know what you mean, Mrs. Austin.
Well, and then the irony is that a lot of Hawaiians speak. A lot of Hawaiians use words. Their words mean the same that other words in other languages mean the exact same thing. So like you're like what does that mean? And it's like, no, it's not even a part of Hawaiian language. It's not actually part of our language, but it's become part of our language because we adapted
No.
that word from another language. We use that word because it's used that way in another language, and Hawaiians are so mixing pot
Yeah.
that we
Mix and
take on
match.
like
Yeah.
so like there's Hawaiian words that are actually Portuguese. There's Hawaiian words
Yeah.
because they're Portuguese or Spanish and Latin terms,
Yeah.
then they are also
Yeah.
the same meaning in Spanish or in
In
Latin
Spanish.
or because of
Because
the Portuguese.
yeah,
Yeah.
because the
And then
Spanish
there
and
are some
Portuguese.
terms that are very
Yeah.
much Asian descent, so it's Korean or not Portuguese, Korean or Japanese
Yeah.
Hawaiian.
Japanese. Yeah.
So there's Japanese words that are in the Hawaiian
Yeah.
that are considered part of the Hawaiian language, but not our language. So
Yeah. Because Spanish and Portuguese did discover a lot of South America and Central
Mhm.
America. Yeah.
Mhm.
And they did take a little part of southern United States before they had the United States had a big battle. And the most
Mhm.
famous one, you probably heard of it, Mrs. Austin.
Yeah.
The Battle of the big fort in Texas.
Alamo.
Yeah, that's it. This is Mrs. Austin Alamo. Yeah, the Battle of the Alamo. Yeah, because the Mexicans did a tactic of attacking all four sides, and the Americans learned from that.
Understand that I live in the state of California. There are
Yeah.
Mexican missions, there are Spanish missions that follow all the way, central-ish, all the way down. I did not know that Native Americans built those. Even though I was taught that, even though every time they told me Native Americans built those missions, Native Americans were their slaves, were Spanish slaves.
Yes, some past were, some past weren't, because this is hazy. And
They were the majority of them were monks, were monk style, like they were religious and content and in context they were religious men, so they would basically, I'll feed you to work. So it wasn't necessarily not all of them were by slaves. Some of them out of the majority, I think it's not necessarily the majority, like almost half of them were built by like emperors. So they had Native American slaves that built them, but the majority of the rest of them were religious and content, like around a church of some sort, and Native Americans were paid, or like at that time we had a lot of Chinese, like in Orient,
Chinese,
Asian in Orient, that were in the United States at that time. So they were, what are they called? I keep forgetting what it's called when you're like you're basically a slave until you pay off your debt. I forgot what that's called. How do you say croissant? How do you say croissant?
Robert was he? He knows. He knows more than me.
Croissant.
What is it called?
My brother
croissant. I want to say it how I'm supposed to because I know how to roll my R, but as an American, it's croissant. Croissant. Croissant.
As African Americans, there were slaves, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like African Americans.
Oh,
the first slave owner in US was also African American. You own another African American slaves.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I learned that recently.
No, you have to. I'm Hawaiian. So I would
talk about mainland US.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is I'm Hawaiian, so I know that when under a monarch, of course there are what is it called when you're under a monarch? You have people, whatever it is that your people are called. Those people are easily sold. Yes, I know this as being a Hawaiian. Oh. So a lot of people don't realize that whole Africa at the time was monarchs. There were kings and queens. It was tribes and kings and queens. So yes, I know that my own kings and queens of my own nation sold us as property. So yes, I understand that they sold them as well. It's just like the nobles and that's what I'm talking about. How being when you were like Irish and the potato famine and like you came to America, like what were you called? You were called a certain. It was like where your passage was paid for by someone else. You had to work. what is it called? Like it's like stewardship or something like that. Like something close to that word is what I'm looking for. I can't think of the word. Anybody can help me out. But it was like you weren't necessarily you weren't like if you were hired as a nanny and they paid for you to come from Ireland to America, you had to be a nanny until your debt was paid, which was basically the kids were all raised and then you could leave. You know what I mean? Like that kind of thing. Like I can't remember the word, but it's in there.
Come here. I wish you were here.
But yeah, that's what we were talking about. Was like how you were talking about the Alamo.
Because the Americans did use a tactic what the Mexicans used by taking all four sides after a while.
Mm-hmm.
The Spanish did run it first, but the little did they know, they had the messenger come down to tell the Mexico fight from all four sides. They didn't see the messenger. The messenger was on top of the hill, saw the massacre happen, and turned around, went back, told them that they got defeated at Alamo because attacked from all four sides. Yeah, no, they formed a tactic and then attacked from all four sides back, and America and Alamo in Texas to this day.
Mm-hmm.
And they've roughly drawn the Mexican American border to this day. And
where we are right now on the side of the river that we're at right now would have been the border of the Mexico California or the United States and Mexican border.
Yeah, but
we would be in Mexico.
Yeah, but isn't part of California part of Mexico now?
That's what I'm saying. Where we are, no. Well, technically, Baja California sticks out of Mexico. Like you kind of have to go through Mexico to get to it. So technically, no. That's about it. And again, that has to do with like the Panama Canal and how we control the Panama Canal and all that good stuff. That's why we own the Baja California part. But the same with like the Florida Keys. Like that's Cuba. But it's considered part of Florida. But really it's the tail end of Cuba. And it's like, no, we own it now.
I shoot for Cuba. Here you go on.
And then I'm giggling because we were on TikTok earlier and people are not realizing like in your brain you get told you grow up and you're raised and like the United States looks the way it does, but it's states start to meld together or they get smaller or bigger. You know what I mean? Like people are like, I thought you were closer to here than there. They're like, no, they're like 4 states in between me and that state. Like how did all of a sudden we're right next to each other come to mind? Like distance, becomes relative. Because we're looking at a map. We're not, looking at the actual outside your front door. You know what I mean? I can't tell how far you are.
Yeah, it's not that big. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
Not bigger.
We're just giggling because somebody was like, all of a sudden, like 5 states disappeared in between me and them. They were like, yeah, aren't you like right there? I'm like, no, I'm way over here. You're way up there. I'm way over here. And they're like, oh, yeah.
Because Cuba's also
earlier,
close off US a bit, yeah. Like Florida.
Yeah, no, Florida is over 3,000 miles away. So multiply that by 2.2 and you will get how many kilometers I am. Or
0.6.
Kilometers. Yeah.
4,800 Ks. It's 1.6. It's 1.6 Ks to a mile. 1.6 kilometers to a mile, I say. It's 4,800.
Yeah, so it's almost That's how far. That's how far. That's how you have to travel. Far you have to travel to get from here to Florida.
Yeah, numbers just flows to me into my head. That's all. Every time you put numbers and you want to be multiplied, it comes to me like a bit like a waterfall. It comes down and that's what it is. That's the number. Numbers always comes to me like quickly in my brain.
I love that they show up looking like the lights on your background. your Ring cameras. Like you're like these UFOs I have, and I was like, what are you talking about? I thought you were just pointing at the like decals on the green screen behind you. So I was like, I was just like you were pointing at the background, and then you pulled the lamp down. I was like, I can't. I found this one. It's like I'm pretty sure you guys see the TV commercials about the like screw in light bulb that like spreads out into like where you can like move it Do you know what I'm talking about? I don't know if you guys seen these, what I'm talking about. But it's like LED like pads that have, LED lights, but they're like rectangles and like you can maneuver them. Like you can turn some of them one way and then have like I don't know how to explain this, but there is a ring light that looks like that. That has a circle in the middle where you put your phone, and then the out part of it, like you can move the light, so you can bend the lights and actually manipulate the light in the area. And I'm like, oh my god, I want one of those so stinking bad. And I can't find them. I've looked everywhere for them. I'm like, where did you get this? Like, did you make this yourself? Is how I feel about this situation. This guy's pretty smart, so he might have made it himself. Oh, he learned his lesson. How nice. Um,
No shark stuff. Whatever shark stuff.
Yeah, it's like I've got used to them because they do a pretty good job of lighting the area up, and I wouldn't mind upgrading again.
you feel like you have a
Mhm.
better space now. I know you were shifting your workspace where you were doing all your stuff at.
I've still got a brand new desk that I haven't set up, and it's been sitting there
Yeah.
for ages. It's just, I mean, editing and filming and stuff doesn't seem like it, but yeah, it definitely takes a lot of time that I
Yeah,
could
if
be,
you could
and
multitask. Yeah.
yeah,
It's not a
and that's
multitasking thing. Like not at all.
and that's why I kind of slowed down on content at the beginning of the year because I was just trying to set up, like, work on my
Oh, I
setup
took a
and how I
whole
wanted.
month off, if you don't remember, February. Like I was on
Yeah.
here and visiting with you guys because I wasn't doing
Fastest
anything else.
dolphin in the zone.
So
Like
like
my watch time has only just started building back up. Like it was really high towards the end of the year,
yeah.
but it started to build back up. But yeah, it's because I was putting out a lot more content and it having just a week or two off. I didn't do live streams for a week or two, and I took a week off from even putting out content. It just really slowed it down. So I just need to find the time to work on upgrading my setup as well as trying to do content and stuff as well. Because I do have another room that has a lot of my other stuff in it. Like it has a lot of my painted miniatures and just boxes of stuff that I like. So yeah, I just need to work out how I want to have like a live area and a live area and
What the
place for me to record.
this is them?
You watching
No, I'm not even
that
watching anything. I'm just looking at the channel and
that person who shall not be named.
yeah, that
It's like I was saying before. It's like fair enough, and I've plugged most people. Giggity. No, I've tried to
how you
help.
gonna have 30K views on a video on a short and that low subscribers?
It's just some probably as well when sometimes certain when shorts first happened. It's like I used
Hmm.
to get not that many views, but I used to get quite a lot. And lately, when I've ever done shorts, it's only got a few hundred. So I don't know.
That's just
But yeah, I mean, don't really come in giving other people shit when you don't have no one that gives us no one gives a shit.
don't assume that trolling someone else's page is gonna get you subs.
Or even just, it's like you can come in and page out someone the way they look, the way they do this, that, and the other. But if you're not getting any, if no one gives a shit about what you do, why come in trying to give shit to people that have actually worked on their content and actually have regular viewers and the same people that come back and want to continue to watch it? And I'm not even just talking about me, like. Murray, if you want to fact check me, I didn't even mention any shorts, so I don't know what you're on about.
I'm just again, like I said, it is what it is. When you
but also imagine getting that triggered over a bloody microwave cheeseburger. A little bit ridiculous.
I don't understand why you're calling out G when I'm the one who said it. First and foremost, give credit where it's due, and second of all, I don't find. I mean, thanks for showing your true colors. I've blocked your content for my children ever seeing it. That's all I worry about when I go on YouTube. I don't necessarily go out of my way. I have a short block list if that makes any sense, but all I had to I just want to know what to avoid my children watching. That's all I know.
Oh, but also, like, I don't have a problem with anyone. As I said, I even plugged his channel. But when you come on, start attacking me for whatever reason, and I'm happy to have a joke. I always like to muck around, and have a joke. But then you start attacking other people, and then you get your little twat friends to come on, having a go as well. It's like it's just all a little bit just whack, really. It's like just got some issues. It's like maybe stop getting drunk with your friends and acting like a bunch of 12-year-olds, like, you know.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like at this point, maybe.
My kids film, mate. Murray.
And I'm all for like the banter and stuff that was happening. I was like, you know, I thought it was funny and stuff. But when it starts getting to the point where it's just, I mean, when they're coming on and attacking Roger and other people, it's like Roger hasn't done nothing. So it's like their way of getting to me is having a go at Roger or whoever.
That's what I was saying earlier. Yeah, that's what I've said. That's what I mean. Like, I'm the one who brought this up. I'm the one who started talking about this. So please again, don't. I'm highlighting the fact that you're pointing out. Highlighting the fact that you're pointing out other people's.
That's when I start blocking or whatever, which I haven't done to any of them.
Yeah, like I said, I don't have a very long block list. I don't.
But when I first started doing lives, I had a few people trying to troll me for whatever reason, and I was going back and forth. You know, I was giving them a bit of shit back, just as I do, just, you know, having a joke. But then when they start attacking other people, and I've had trolls on my channels on the comments, and I don't really care. But then they start attacking people in my comment section. You know, like people that are commenting on my videos. They start going on their comments and giving them shit, and that's when I'm like, yeah, okay, it's time to block because I can handle it, or I can, you know, it is what it is. If people want to spend their weekend or even spend their time coming on my content just to talk shit, then like that shows what they're like more than it shows what I'm like. So, you know, here I am spending all my spare time trying to actually make content and build a channel. And I'm not talking about anyone in particular, but, you know, yeah, I said you smoked ice, but you said plenty of stuff, and I was just joking. But you know, if you get so upset about it, maybe you are smoking ice, and that's your business. But you know, normally if someone gets so offended, it's because that's what they do. Like that's. But yeah, when people start attacking people that haven't done anything wrong and they're just there for the content, they're supporting me, is when I start deciding if I'm going to block them or whatever. And as I said, I'm not even talking about the people here tonight in the chat. I'm talking about in the past. But I mean, Roger hasn't done anything. Yeah, not upset, but that's why you get all of your friends to come in and start trolling because you're not upset.
I'm just upset, bro. Haha. Just shocked what you said. Yeah. He said
definitely not upset. Definitely not upset when you need backup and
pretty nice, man.
I'm sorry you have to come to someone's live stream to create content for your own channel or drama for your own channel, whatever you're doing. You're the only one talking in the chat. now that you've been allowed to talk because you're not just blowing smoke out your ass. You're the only one in the chat talking.
I probably will still do this review, but I'm not going to do the same review as I would have done before all of this, if that makes sense. You know, I would have promoted his channel. I would have mentioned his name. I would have, you know, like said that this is a bit of a laugh, like, you know, it's a bit of an ongoing joke. But who knows if I'm going to do that now? Who knows if I'm going to do it in that way where I'm doing it as a sort of a reply to something that was quite funny at once. You know, who knows if I'm gonna how I'm gonna approach it now. So, you know, and also I have a backlog of videos that I still have a couple of videos that I need to edit that come first. So it's just how it is, and that's how doing YouTube, how I do YouTube and most other people do YouTube. You have a bit of a backlog, and I have plenty of stuff that I have paid to review that's sitting around. Also, I have said, and it's not all about the money, but I have said they can donate for me to do a review like other people have. And who's to say that some of these videos that I've been doing, people haven't paid for? And I mean, I've got members and stuff now, so all of this comes into, it's not like I'm just some random that can just run out and just buy a product and do it. I have to act, and the reason I do Maccas and Jackers and Clackers, when the new stuff comes out, I'm going to review that first, is because that's just how it is on YouTube when it comes to food reviews, the type of food reviews I do. If there's a bloody new McFlurry, people want to see it straight away, so that's going to be pushed up in the list of stuff to do first. And that's just how it is. So, like, you know, if they are getting triggered or whatever, like they're saying they're not,
I don't understand the concept of I have 5 backlogged requests, so I'm going to go out in one day and consume that much food just so I can push through content. That makes no sense. You are not putting your mental and physical health before the want and need of others. No, I don't care how much you pay me. Not at all.
So that's a good point. I have been trying to be more mindful about what I'm doing as well, because I've had injuries and stuff that have prevented me from being physically active. And
not just that, you've been open and honest about your doing the man shakes and stuff like that, and working on bettering your health. So now that I'm saying I'm going to better my health, you want to throw money at me so that I can do junk food reviews? No.
But that's why I didn't want to. That's why I wasn't planning to do that pizza review when I did. But I did end up pushing it, like putting it in. And really, I don't eat food like that and that much anymore. Yeah. So me doing that review means I was consuming those calories, which I'm like it tasted good, but I necessarily wasn't like I've got more of a strict. I'm not on a diet, but I've got more of a. I'm trying to eat better, trying to be more physically active, and all the rest of it, and run a food channel. But the reason I did say that if they wanted to donate, the only reason I did say if they wanted to donate is because then that review would be pushed forward because
it's paid for. Because it doesn't have to. Yeah, you don't have to.
So exactly. So it doesn't have to be. And that has happened with other people that have sent me money to do stuff. All of a sudden, and if I'm not doing it straight away, some people do say, "Oh, you know, you don't have to do it right away." But I feel obligated when you know there's money sitting in PayPal or wherever I've got it, ready to do a review.
And again, that feeds on your anxiety. This has everything to do with your mental health as well. Yeah. So taking care of your mental health,
you know that, and I just feel bad, you know, like. And I've got bills to pay like everyone else, and I don't want to be spending money that someone's gave me to do reviews, which I don't. But you know, sometimes it's just a little bit of.
Especially when you got you had a request where somebody wanted you to drive an hour away for a request. Like that's not no, like that's not gonna work. That's not something that's convenient. Like that would be like I don't know. That would be like somebody telling me that they needed something for an event that they forgot, and the event's in an hour, and I have to drive an hour and a half to get there. just to get there, not to get back. Like, there's no way I could do that.
And I do know when it
Yeah.
comes to the whole Murray situation, yeah, he's taken the piss, but I did say like a year ago on his video that I'm going to review it, but I'm not making excuses. I'm just explaining. And I mean, shit, I'm just, like all of us, I have stuff going on in life, so I'm not sitting there going, oh, I've got to bloody review that microwave cheeseburger. It's like I've got,
I
you know,
don't think that sounds appealing. I would not want to try it. I've tried the whole White Castle like packs before.
reheated stuff, yeah.
Yeah, and they were not good. No. Apparently, you need to do it a certain way for it to be good, and that process was not what didn't. And that seemed like way too much out of me to get something that might come out edible. Like, I'm gonna like it. So no, I don't think eating a microwave hamburger sounds good at all.
But
No,
that's why
gonna
I'm
agree.
saying
I'm
that
gonna just say.
when I'm generalizing what I'm talking about and explaining myself, I'm not. Well, I don't have a problem against the dude, and we've had a bit of banter, we've had a bit of a joke and back and forth and stuff, but we obviously have different opinions when it comes to food because he said like a really good burger joint in Adelaide was average, or I don't know, I think he gave it like a 7 out of 10, and then he's talking up this microwave cheeseburger. But hey, everyone has different tastes, everyone's different, and yeah, you know, I like behind the scenes. I know we all do, but I have stuff going on that is keeping me busy and other stuff that's stressing me out or other important stuff. And I do have, like, to be honest as well, money issues because I'm not working. I'm doing YouTube, so most of my money is going towards the channel to try to build the channel. And sometimes I don't have the money just to rush out and do reviews. When as well, I've got plenty of stuff to review that I've already paid for and it's sitting there waiting for me to review. I mean, shit, I can't eat all of this stuff in one day or even a week or even a few weeks. I can't just pig out and just eat all of this stuff and review it for the hell of it. I need to spread this stuff out, especially when it comes to fast food. But I've got snacks and whatever else and crazy food that I want to eat, and yeah, it's just how it is, and not even
No, it
making
doesn't.
Not
It
a
doesn't
Mr.
look.
Beast.
reality.
Understand that when I go out to like you're known for making burgers, and you bring me something that looks like I could have bought it at McDonald's or Burger King or Hungry Jack's, I'm gonna be pissed. So when I'm buying this on the menu cheeseburger, and I pull it out of the package, and I know for a fact it's not going to be what was on the box, it's not going to look anything like it was on the box, I'm already going to be disappointed. So when I go to burger joints, I go to burger joints where they're like, we make your burger. Like, it's not a
I mean,
patty pulled
I
out of
mean,
the freezer.
all you have to do is watch Funkin' Hungry to see what I like and what I don't really like, and
Hmm.
also, like you're saying,
So
Maccas and
don't make
Jackers and
don't
stuff.
there. Like I said
There's
though,
ne-
there's not enough. You'd have to pay me $100 to take one bite out of this thing. That's what I'm saying. You're talking about you want a donation. You're gonna pay me for my time and displeasure. You're going to pay for it. So if that was
but
the content
also,
I did, then throw something like this at me. But if I'm not, like, you went, quote unquote, we're doing a health kick and we're making your own food at home and showing and reviewing how you made your own version of those burgers at home and or
well,
whatever else
yeah,
it was that
if
you were eating at home during this time. During, your content has stayed consistent in staying healthier as well as doing these food reviews that people want to see.
or I just do like
So
fast food, like once a week or sometimes even.
hmm
But as I said, a lot of time I've got backlog, so I've got a couple of videos for next week, but then next week I'll have to be reviewing or doing videos for the following week. Otherwise,
plus food reviews are not all that you do.
yeah, that's it. I have, believe it or not, I do other stuff besides just this. I'm not too
Yeah,
Aussie eating McDonald's every day, and
there's again, it's that creature of habit, in my opinion, that people just at a maturity level, I don't even want to say age appropriate, but at a maturity level, are
I don't have a.
feel
I don't have a
entitled.
problem with those.
Well, they feel entitled to ask ridiculous requests because they would do it or they're capable of doing it. So why don't you? Without the thought
I
of
don't have a
you're not
problem with
them.
those guys, but what did annoy me is when they're just giving Rogers shit for like he didn't do anything, and they just obviously that.
Well, I know
So
because
that's when I start.
you're always the pick on me, don't pick on my friends. That's you. That's just you as a
I
person.
don't give
So
a.
I know that.
I don't give a.
That's
I
a
don't give a shit
baseline.
what they say to me. You know, like I can ignore it or I can address it, but why come in here attacking people that have nothing to do with it?
And it's ridiculous that you ignoring it pushes them to make fun of the other people on the panel. Yeah, that's.
But I mean, as I say as well, I want to start doing bigger stuff for the channel. Otherwise, it will grow more the more I do better stuff. And I have been invited to go and as a guest to a few places. And also, I have even had restaurants reach out and ask me if I want to do a burger and attach my name to it and stuff like that. I just haven't. It's just that's why when I'm saying I haven't got around to reviewing what they want, I haven't even
You're
bloody
taking advantage of opportunities that are coming to you to build on what you're doing.
100%.
I wouldn't blame you for it.
Like I haven't
especially
even
if the monetary value comes
said,
from what it is. Yeah,
because they know me doing reviews and stuff. I have a few social, and I'm not a huge influencer or social media content creator, whatever you want to call it. Because I don't really like those terms, but I'm just a silly twat that make videos. But they know me doing it is going to push their brand in as well, or they're going to have their stuff seen by a wider audience. But yeah, I've had a couple of places that have mentioned, like collaborating when it comes to food and me coming up with an idea with them of what to do. And yeah, for whatever reason, I have my mental health issues. I have whatever other issues, money issues, like we all do. So I haven't really jumped at some opportunities that probably would have pushed the brand more. But this year maybe like last year, one of my main goals was to get monetized, which I did. So this year is just to push the brand more, or just push, help support myself, but also support Roger, yourself, Mrs. Osser, anyone else. Like just
my brother as well. Half brother actually.
Give back to the people that have gave to me and spent a lot of their own time. And even Mark, I know he's always grateful of me just giving him a platform or whatever, and just that's why when people
showing a different avenue of what it is that we do. I do a lot more than just saying, but I'm not going to sit down here and talk about homeschooling. Instead, I talk about I talk about my other passion, which is psychology and human behavior. So that's fun. Every once in a while, we crack jokes at the aliens and the supernatural experiences that any and all of us have. We have things in common. We have hobbies. We have whatever. It's not necessarily a hobby.
Yeah,
but, it's
my hobby
content that we consume.
My hobby channel is like six subs off being 800 subs now. So
wow,
that's just slowly building up over time. The last painting video I'd done is getting up to almost 14,000 views.
Nice.
And it's just, so it's just, I don't have time to do all the stuff that I would love to do. I'd love to sit and paint videos, like do painting videos, because I know if I push myself that they'll get views and stuff. But it's just,
sitting for that long. That long and getting and doing repetitive movements and having to be still and all of that stuff is not helpful to your body. And so that because I know you'll get into painting like I'm sure I get into doing curriculum or paperwork
4 hours
like that.
later,
I just get in the zone.
Later, and you're like, you get up and I just start walking like hunchback.
I can't feel my legs, but I have to pee. Yeah. Like falling down trying to get to the bathroom. Yeah.
As I've discussed, I want to do that. Yeah, go on, Roger.
The only weakness I see of Robbo's Five Lives channel is just a lot of people told him that they only lack of on his channel is a lack of shorts.
Yeah.
I tried to
It
tell Robo
does,
Five Live for a while.
it does
Do
help, but
some more
also some
shorts,
people
but he
say
hasn't.
like
A
shorts
lack
is
of
really
shorts.
shorts can get new subs in, it can get, you know, but it is separate from your other content as well. Like the monetization for shorts is separate to your normal long form videos. Like I think you need 3 million views from shorts before you get monetized. So it is,
Yeah, but
but then you know you might get a short that will take off and get hundreds of thousands. Who knows? But
yeah,
it's just
I've been telling Robo Five Live to do some shorts for a while. If it's just to get to show people what your channel's all about, but he's
They've
said he
started
doesn't like
doing
doing.
clips.
He
They've
said he
started
doesn't.
doing live
This
clips
is his.
during sorry.
This is his words. He doesn't like doing popularity contests. He calls it.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Status
his
quo
words,
stuff.
not
Like
mine.
yeah, peace. Yeah,
but
yeah. I know.
That's his words, not
I'm
mine.
not too hip. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I agree. I agree.
that's like I've said about it, I don't really like. I find it hard to accept handouts or money and stuff. But also, I need to put that aside if I am going to build like a brand or a channel or even merch and stuff like that. I need to. Like I've always hated promoting my stuff in a way, like you know, sharing my stuff. But then in the early days, how else are you going to really get your content seen if you're not sharing it on social media or whatever? So it's just
Yes,
one of
true.
those,
He has a
you know,
social
you're
media.
damned if you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't, or whatever. Because you need to push your brand or push your whatever content. But I'm just not the
The
type
Mm-hmm.
to
only
be like,
reason,
oh, look at me, look at me.
the only reason he got surge of subscribers, my brother did at the beginning of the year because it's something I shared. There's a place in town called AJ Donor Kebabs, and I shared one of Robert Firefly's reviews. Like I did it from Robert Firefly's channel, and I sort of linked it in with the AJ Donor Kebabs, and it says you can have a look at this because we did a AJ Donor Kebabs reviews last year. So we got it from 400 to 442 now because I shared a video around, shared it to the local business in town here. That's how Robert Five Life got a search for subscribers also a little bit beginning of the year. Something like you did, G, is what I did. I
Yeah,
took
well,
it in
the
my own
small
hands and did it.
businesses, they really appreciated it, you know. Like there's, I guess to them it's free publicity and stuff like that, but they do look at it more than just that. They do look at it that you know that you're enjoying their stuff enough to give them the time of day.
Yeah, that's not the only kebabs Robert Five Life did. He did two others as well. He did something called Fat Boy Kebab, something from Fat Boys Kebabs, which is travels around New South Wales. They're traveling van, meat, like food van all over New South Wales.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Robert
So what
did.
the hell
Robert Five
happened to
Life did it
Cody?
himself. It's not Fat Boys, PHAT. He did it about
Yeah,
3 or 4 years ago. They travel around New South Wales and they open a few shops down in Sydney near the Fian, where the Robert the fucking fuckwit vlogger lives. Now, I do swear a bit. I just try to limit my swearing, that's all.
you
Because I don't want
tried
to
not
get
to
back.
swear. You tried not to swear, and then you ended up doing it more because
Yeah, it's just the fuckwit.
you know, you'd like
You try
try
to
to.
resist like that. I do struggle. I do struggle to take my
Oh,
swearing a
no.
little because
I mean, that's what this uplate's for, really. You know, to get a little bit
Did I
more
not
out of
just
your
sit
it's
here
not
for
story.
like 15
great.
minutes trying to figure out a stinking word because I was frustrated? I don't. That's why public
It's
speaking is
frustrating.
not for
That's what I
me.
was trying to do.
Yeah,
Is try not to get G's channels get a strike on
Yeah,
anything
yeah.
because I try to contain my
Me too.
language and because I don't want people coming on. Oh, this Arnie's fluent. This report, and you know.
I haven't noticed good old Robbo, the disabled fuckwit. I haven't noticed he's been smashing out the reviews, but he's going to be another 2 Aussie. Like I'm saying, I'm trying to balance
Space
like
out.
eating okay, but also doing reviews that people are going to enjoy. He's going to be like, rolling around like Cartman if he's not careful. He's going to be like, God damn it.
Yeah, this is why this plays more muscle than fat.
Oh, but yeah. Like from what I've seen, he'll bloody do like a few reviews in one day, and sometimes I do a few reviews in one day, but it will be like a bag of chips, and like a chocolate, and I'll I'll taste it and put it to the side and won't have any more. Like I'll do a few reviews, but it's only stuff that I know I can like have a little bit
I
of.
could not
do the
imagine
review,
doing
and then
2 or 3 hamburgers and a chicken meal and then desserts on top of that. No, like that would be.
Not my video.
yeah,
But
the only
I
person
have
I can think of
intestinal
that does that
issues.
is
I have intestinal issues that would not agree with that at all. Would not. I would
it
not.
just reminds me of some shit that Eric Cartman would do.
Just it seems like again, and if you're putting yourself through that, like it's not worth it's definitely not worth it. That's definitely not
And
worth it to put your body through that.
I'm getting a bit sick of like Maccas and Jackers and stuff because the price is going up. The food quality just keeps on going down. So yeah, I just need to get back onto like local places. But yeah, then you get like
Plus,
2 Aussie that's bloody doing like a
yeah.
Hungry Jackson McDonald's meal every day. It's like, dude, don't you get sick of that
Yeah,
shit?
plus,
Because it's okay.
plus in
Like it's
Australia
not,
too, we got a all right minimum wage in that, which is about $20. Oh, it's $20 an hour in Australia, like minimum wage. Oh, it's about $20 an hour. So we've got pretty strong, like base, pretty strong wages to accommodate for the wage rises as well. Like the prices going up, and they bumped up from about $19.50 to $20 an hour. It's only pretty recent though, because I've noticed I got a little bit of a jump in my pay packet. That's all.
but it's like I reviewed the McFlurry, the caramello one, and it's just the same as each one. They give bugger all toppings, so it's like you get like the first 2 spoonfuls, you get like the flavour, then it's gone because you've ate all the toppings, and then you're just left with plain ice cream. And I'm just
And what I love
I
about your
can't really,
reviews is it's super honest. They have no idea you're going to review their food.
yeah. I
Like
mean,
that's what I
focus
like
on
about your reviews as well. You're not like going in there and you're like, I'm going to food review this right now. So if you want,
yeah. Like
customers, you might want to make that.
I've seen some people on Instagram that are bigger food reviewers, like they have a bigger following. And yeah, they'll get like one dude who done that caramello, the same McFlurry. He went in, so they obviously recognize him because he probably goes to the same store all the time. And
Yeah.
his was like full of ingredients. He had like about 4
Not
times
just
the amount
that
of
though,
sauce I had.
I'm sure half the time it's like add extra, just don't.
Yeah,
You know
yeah.
what I mean?
He had about 4 times what I had, so they obviously tried to sweeten the deal. And he's like, "Oh, this is so good!" And it's like, "Yeah, because you went in, they recognized you, and they gave you like a really good portion to the point where it's not realistic. Where what they gave me is what they'll
just
give
like on the
everyone."
advertisement. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it's like
That's
just
why I
yeah,
do. That's what I was saying to you is that I enjoy your reviews because they are full on honest, and you do more than one as well. Like if you have a bad experience, you're like, I had a bad experience a few weeks back, but I'm going to go ahead and give it a second time and then do it
I'll
again.
give them the benefit of the doubt. Oh,
Brad
I
said.
should again.
So
No,
respect
not
G
Brad
because he's
again. I was wondering where Brad was.
Hey,
Brad
Brad.
does food reviews now as well.
This
Yeah.
is what like G about his reviews. It doesn't get to the point of reviews now because G's come a long way. Because I looked at some of his early reviews and thinking, he looks a bit nervous, but now G's full of confidence. He's able to get to the point of his reviews now, even with the editing that Lord G does a lot.
Yeah, like I tried to take out all the bullshit. Like I don't want to be like. It seems like I'm picking on Two Aussie, which I probably am. You know how Two Aussie sits there and bloody chews on something for about 20 minutes. It's like you don't
Yeah,
want to
but
see someone chewing for ages. I'm just using him as an example, you know. But just
yeah,
no worries, Mrs.
you,
Austin.
you trim out all the BS you do, like all the nonsensical parts, and just call the parts together. Like those
Yeah,
relevant for you, that is. Or for your painting hobby channel as well, like your
yeah,
paint channel. I might not do it myself, but I like seeing how you go about your hobbies and that. Like I like to see what your other hobbies are. And
yeah.
you like doing this painting stuff.
I wouldn't
And
mind
I
doing
think,
stuff like this on the hobby channel, like how like make stuff out of clay or whatever, like actually make my own stuff. But
well, after all, it's your channel, so I cannot I cannot dictate what you do for your channels. You can do whatever you want. I
yeah,
cannot say what you should do and shouldn't do. It's your channel's not
like
mine.
like even drawing or painting like on canvas. But like I've like all sorts of different art. But yeah, I want to be known more for doing local places, we were saying earlier. Like I want to give back to the community. I want to do local places. I want to support people that are hardworking and running business. I don't want to be known for just, oh, he ate a double quarter pounder for
Yeah,
the 50th time. Oh wow, this is great content. I want to like do better content, do better places because I enjoy the food more and I just enjoy supporting the smaller places and stuff. It's
yeah,
what I've always kind of liked doing. I just know bloody if you eat a Big Mac, people are gonna, oh, this is a great
yeah.
video.
Me and Robert Fireflies go explain in our videos on Good Friday. We go do the what you call Easter long weekend. This like next
Yeah,
weekend coming up. What you call
yeah,
Easter?
yeah.
Yeah, me and Robert go explain what we go do, like a review. We go put it on one of the weekend, one of the times in the afternoon, like one
Mm.
of the days, the long weekend in the afternoon. I think it's Easter Sunday. I think it's Easter Day, isn't it? Isn't it Easter
Yeah,
Sunday where
yeah,
Easter is or something? Yeah,
yeah. I reckon
I wasn't sure because I'm
Sunday,
Easter Sunday. Is
yeah,
it?
Sunday's Easter, so what Good Friday would be what obviously
Yeah,
2 days
we go do a
before.
local review, like a fish and chips, but another cafe in town across the road where we did last year.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Because last year we did a fish and chips from a local cafe joint, and this year there's another joint across the road. There's also do similar things. So we just might do a fish and chips there. We were talking about it earlier today. Me and Robert Five was talking about it earlier today over Facebook and that. He's got this
Yeah, so
idea and he's
even Brad said it. If he posts anything about the big fast food chains, the views climb, and it's just because
yeah.
it's like say McDonald's is worldwide. So even in someone in India will can put McDonald's, and
Hmm.
like your content might be pushed more than if they just if it's like Bob and Jill's Burgers. No one's
Yeah,
going
but
to know about that.
yeah,
But it's
but
just what I
it's
prefer to do.
not like
I
that.
prefer to.
So the argument is they get pushed to the moon if they get a recognised fast food joint, let's say McDonald's or Harris C or Hungry Jack's or Burger King or whatever it is in America as well. Yeah.
Yeah,
And then whether with the
and that,
little local place, which is a bit odd and silly in my view, but I can't say anything because I don't want to carry on a tangent and just what I say is gives this dream.
well, you
That's
can go
the
on a
thing.
tangent if you want. That's what you're here
Yeah,
for. That's what we're here for.
yeah,
Go
but
on tangents
I,
and
if I but if I go on a bit of a tangent, about go off my head a bit, and you get about three
go
strikes
for
in
it.
90 days, and
Oh,
sayonara,
no,
fucking hungry sort of thing, yeah.
I'm pretty sure this is what everyone tunes in for, just to see Roger go on a tangent and go off at everyone. So we've been waiting for it. So
I do have something called restraint.
yeah. Well, for anyone that is watching on for Funkin' Hungry, normally, well, like last year, I did a couple of like Easter reviews, so I will be reviewing Aldi Easter eggs this year. I've got 6 different packets, so they're different flavored Easter eggs, the little mini ones. So I will be doing a bit of a like I'll be just doing a review of all of them at the one. So it'll be like an Easter video reviewing them all, and I'll just try a couple of, like probably one of each. If I like some, if I like one, I might have a couple. Who knows? But yeah, I did spend a bit the other day on some Easter eggs just to review, so that will be coming up. It's nothing too exciting, but I just like sometimes these, like these holidays or whatever you want to call them. It's good to do a little bit of content around them, like you're saying about Good Friday.
Yeah, doesn't worry me what people call them. I just respect people what I call whatever their holidays is, because that's why I want to confirm with you, G. Is it next Friday and that Easter long weekend? Because I got
Yeah,
something coming up in April called Passover, Jewish, because I'm Jewish and that.
yeah,
So observation of the praises of the moon for the month and that. I observe the Passover holiday for the whole month. So that's how to actually confirm Easter for you, G. That's all. Get some more in
yeah.
tune.
I
I
mean,
respect.
I'm not,
I
I'm not
respect other
religious,
countries.
but we've always celebrated Christmas and Easter.
I use it, but I know because I respect other countries' cultures and their beliefs and whatever. Because if they celebrate Christmas, Easter, I respect that. I respect it. So I respect people what they do. So
Paul just reminded me as
yeah.
well that I've said that I wanted to do some South Australian classics, like when it comes to
Oh yeah.
food reviews and stuff. So just there's so much to do and just not enough time to do it all. And because it's food reviews, like I said before, I can't just be doing them just for the sake of doing them. Like I need to spread them out because at the end of the day, it is food.
Forgot I was muted.
Uh,
You would have to, every meal you did, you would have to schedule around some sort of content and then again record it. So you're talking like a month's worth of recording would be broke down into 90 videos.
yeah,
And then you only have 90 videos depending on how many you do a week. Say you do 4 a week just to keep your numbers up. Even if one of those is a short, you're still doing 90 of them. You're still editing 90 of them. Then you're putting up 4 a week. 4 divided by 90 is, so you're going to have to do 3 months of content to do, have a good spread. Take a few
yeah.
breaks in between.
A lot of the big content creators do shorts, funny enough, like on Instagram and stuff. They're doing
Hmm.
like only 30-second videos. They're just, this is what I'm eating, and it tastes bloody good. And it's just, you don't get that much from it, but they get big followings because, people's attention span. Oh, I just watched something for 20 seconds and it looks okay. I'm going to go out and get it.
Brad's talking about the same thing I was talking about. Food market, fresh food market near you.
Yeah, so yeah, I mean, I need to go to some of these. They do those food festivals as well, whatever you want to call them.
Hmm.
But it's like, damn, like I'll just blow like 100 or a couple of $100 just like that, and just at the moment I can't really justify it, but it would be
See, and that's what makes me
content to
think that
do.
you could possibly get a hold of some of the local places and let them know, like, is there like an appetizer, like a smorgasbord type
Like a
thing
free
from you?
sample
Like,
type stuff.
yeah, is there like off menu type like sample thing that you could do,
Yeah,
like, give me a kid size, serving of, more than 3 items. So, and then if they, that's, mind you, that's after you've developed a relationship with them. That's not like walking in and demanding, hey, I'm going to do a food review. This is what I want. I want kid servings,
Yeah.
and I want to pay kid servings for these smaller servings because I want to review more than one thing. You know what I mean? That's why, it's like
Yeah.
supposed to be
Yeah.
beneficial to them, and say that's
Yeah,
your
it's kind of
that's
like,
your 3 for the week is the same place. You reviewed this place for the week and then you move on. Like that's a concept to stay on schedule, but still that's going to one place for one day and doing 3 videos for that one day and then trying to keep relevant. So
even like the
yeah.
most places do a combo or like a burger and chips. It's like, can I just get the
Hmm.
burger because I want to do
Hmm.
more places, so I don't want to be filling up on carbs and
Hmm.
stuff like that. But I did go to a chili
Hmm.
fest before, like a few years back, and it's just this came to mind. Like they had a jerky place, so they do give you free samples before you,
Hmm.
make a decision on which one you want
Purchase,
to
yeah.
buy. So, like some places do, and as we know, they sometimes have little ones on like little like toothpicks and you to try and
Hmm.
stuff. So yeah,
Oh, I
it's
know. We make sure to go to Costco on Saturdays. I know what you mean.
yeah, yeah. Then you
So
can
we can
fill up
try
and
all
have
the
lunch.
samples. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Fill up,
Oh,
fill up, cheap lunch on our way home. Yep. 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 Plus, the other benefit of local shopping or doing local reviews is that
mm,
this is already like I said, this is a working relationship. It's not something that's going to end because the season ends or. And again, my comment was you get what you pay for, like the experience. Like that's why the smaller mom and pop places, if your review started helping, they could start doing live music nights and that, you know what I mean? Then that would be something
yeah,
if you were into, you would go to the live music. Well, but then that'd just be another promotion part for them, you know? And again, there's no reason for anyone to argue or try to have any kind of competition with someone else who does something similar to what they do because they have a different opinion. Everyone is a different person. I have a different opinion. I have different likes. I have different tastes.
mm,
I shouldn't have to go out of my comfort zone to bring subs to my channel because they're never going to see that again. Like, I'm
yeah,
not going to go and eat this again because no. Like, I would, and no, of course, I don't want to sit here and watch you only be the burger guy. I don't want you to niche it. You shouldn't have to niche it just to keep the amount of people that follow you, if you get what I mean. Like, you should be able to broad spectrum what content you put up. It shouldn't just be, I only eat burgers, or I only eat chicken. I only do, I only go to these types of restaurants in this neighborhood. That kind of thing.
yeah.
A
That's
bit
like when
weird.
I realized. That's why when I realized, I'm like, damn, I got 2 chicken pizzas. Like, like I should have got something totally different. But yeah, I mean, I'll probably review them again. I just won't review them, tomorrow. But I'll
To
review
tell you
them
the
probably
truth,
in a
it
few
seems like
weeks
a
again
safe
or whatever.
option. That seems like a safe option to me. And again, I
Mm,
think pizza has to do more with the flavor and the texture of the bread, the crust, than it does with the actual like protein that you put on it. More or
yeah,
less like how
yeah,
the sauces interact with the crust. I'm not you could throw I do throw just about everything on a pizza and eat it. Like I want to eat tacos, let's make a pizza anyway. Pizza taco. Like
yeah,
taco pizza. Like cheeseburgers. Nope, let's put it on a pizza. Okay, we're having cheeseburger pizza. Like
yeah,
we do that with nachos every once in a while. We'll put baked potato, turn it into nachos. Like, throw French fries, instead of having nachos with chips, we're gonna throw it all on a baked potato. Instead of having this, I'm gonna throw it all on a baked potato. So like, you know what I mean? Because I can't have certain things. So you have to get inventive, especially when flavors is more important than the texture of what it is, or the texture of what you're eating matters more than the protein or anything else like that. So
yeah. I
again,
feel like the next pizza place I'll try, which I have tried, but it's been a few years, is the one that I mentioned that pays it forward a lot, and they have a
hmm
lot of crazy pizzas as well. But You know, they have the normal ones, and then they have like the gourmet, like you're saying, where it's just all this crazy stuff put on a pizza.
Okay, so do they do a mini version of that specialty, and is it cheaper than just buying a large? Because that's the portion control is my issue.
Yeah, well, it's like the place that I reviewed recently. They have a small, medium, large, party. So, you know, if it's just me having it, I'm going to probably get a couple of meat. Oh, and there's another place that it just reminded me that I need to try. Is you know what shepherd's pie is? Where it's got like
Mhm.
mince and then it's got
Mhm.
potato on top. One place does a shepherd's pie pizza, so it has the mince, has the
Mm,
potato on top, and then it's like obviously cooked. And I've been meaning
that
to
sounds
try that
amazing.
for ages. So yeah, I need to try that place as well. And that place does a lot of mango on their pizza. So they do like a chicken and
Mhm.
mango, beef and mango, which I've never had, but it'll be interesting to try. You know, again, it's something a little bit different. So that's probably what I'll be getting from that
Well,
place.
the best part about that is you could add chili to it because of the mango, and the mango just
Yeah,
changes
mango.
the pH. Yeah,
Like I
changes
love
the
mango
the
in
the flavor. Mhm.
you know like a salsa with mango in it, and yeah, you get like
Mhm. Mhm.
chilies and maybe some coriander, some mango in there, like that's so good. Yeah, it's one of those sweet fruits that you can add a lot of savory
Mhm.
ingredients to it, and it works really well.
I see that working
Yeah,
out. I see that being very enjoyable. And again, like I said,
mm,
you could pretty much put anything on a pizza, and I'd be like, heck yeah, that's good because I'm more there for the crust and
and I
the
mean
sauce that I.
when I had a couple of drinks and I've reviewed a couple of pizzas live on live stream, and yeah, luckily like I weren't really doing reviews because they were kind of average. A lot
Yeah,
of the ones
yeah.
that I've had, so you know, it's probably good I didn't do a review. Otherwise, I'd be like, yeah, this is pretty crap.
Again, it proves that it is individually made. It's not pumped out. It's not like I said, the frozen burger, type situation. When sometimes you'll order from a spot and it's not always, it's not as good as it was the last time.
And
That
like
just proves.
the pizza's kind of average. If a drunk dude saying, yeah, it's pretty average. Once
Yeah,
you go when you're
yeah,
drunk,
kids.
yeah,
I
everything's
say that too.
enjoyable.
I say all the
I
time. I'm like,
remember.
somebody goes, maybe it just tasted really good because you were high, and I was like, yeah, that's true. Probably, probably true.
Yeah,
Probably,
yeah,
probably
yeah.
100% true. So, you know, ironically, I think that that's the best places that you will find the best kind of food are the ones that are around bars and or like dance clubs or something like that, like where alcohol is served. You're gonna find the best food within walking distance.
Mm.
I found that a lot.
Except for my town.
You could have like a rural neighborhood bar, and they'll be like the best place to eat right around the corner from it because they get all the business because drunk people at 2 in the morning are hungry.
But it's like hard.
Pandas.
It's like when I was getting that pizza, it's hard to choose because I've just brought up the Australian Pizza House that has the shepherd's pie pizza, and they have one
Hmm.
called Dangerous Mushrooms, and damn, that sounds good with lots of mushrooms.
Ooh.
Obviously, you have to like mushrooms, but yeah, lots of mushrooms, fresh garlic, herbs. So like, that's something a little bit different. That they have one with shark on it, white pointer.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, they just they got the ones that every place does. This one has one of those gyros pizzas as well.
Hmm.
Their one has fresh tomato, onion, cheese, topped with special blend of garlic sauce and your choice of protein, basically. So yeah, really the one that I did the other day is the only one that I've come across that has lettuce on it so far. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
curry chicken, mango, shepherd's pie.
Mm.
Yeah.
They have
Very
ones with white sauce.
my
Hopefully, it's
sauce.
like
Which is like a
but
gravy.
yeah,
Is that like a gravy base or is that like a pasta sauce?
the white
You know
sauce.
how like marinade
Uh,
marinade can be used like a pasta sauce? White sauce, but the
yeah,
white sauce consists of like an Alfredo.
Yeah, I'm guessing it would be a little bit like maybe like a bechamel, but yeah, just as a white sauce. So
And a bechamel was like a gravy for me, right? It was like
well, yeah,
flour,
it's like what you
butter,
put on
water,
lasagna. It's like what you put on
milk.
lasagna, where it's
Yes, it's like a cheese base. Yes.
It's like it,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
oh,
That's
the
Alfredo.
shepherd's pie. Yeah,
Alfredo is
has
a
a
cheese base.
the shepherd's pie has mincemeat, onion, mashed potatoes on a mozzarella cheese and gravy sauce. That's
That
just
sounds good. That sounds really yummy. I'm really hungry apparently right now.
funkin' hungry, or they have a Thai mango, hot
This is
mango, like you
awesome,
were saying
Alf.
that before. Pepperoni,
I've been waking
capsicum,
up
mango,
starving in the morning, so
jalapenos.
I'm doing really well with like staying hydrated because during the day I'm drinking more water, so I'm not snacking as much. But the weather has been so warm that my eating is different. Like I feel like I can't digest my food when it's hot outside because I feel like my stomach's in knots and I'm all sensory overload. So I feel like I don't eat as much until I get cold. And right now my body's so cold I had to go get my sleeping bag to get in my sleeping bag because I'm freezing. And now I'm hungry. So I'm like, okay, I'm
Well, that's like
hungry. I'm
me.
freezing to death. So
The nights are getting a bit colder in the mornings, and I still have the fan
Mm.
cranked, and I'm like in bed comfortable, and then I feel
yep.
Skull laying down there. I'm like, he feels freezing.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
It's same over here.
I'm like,
I
oh,
rule town too. It's been like that for the last few days here. You go to bed warm, wake up.
yeah.
It's somebody
You
Yeah.
put the
wake up and
fan
you're
on
like,
all night. Yeah.
yeah. But yeah. See, there's plenty of places to review, and some places, I've seen that even long before I did Funkin' Hungry. So probably 8 to 10 years, I've seen those mango pizzas that I've wanted to try. Just never got around to doing it.
It sounds
Like
just like
everyone says about pineapple and pizza, blah blah blah. I feel like mango would work well because it'd have the sweetness, but it won't just. Yeah, I mean, especially with the ingredients they're saying, like there's a few different types. Definitely need to get that shepherd's pie one out though. And like we're saying, the big channels like Brad and stuff were saying, you do McDonald's or whatever, and all of a sudden you get the views. But I feel like if you promote it the right way, like a shepherd's pie pizza, like I try a shepherd's pie pizza, people are going to want to know what it's like. You have to put the right picture up. You need to show what it looks like so it intrigues people enough to want to click it to see more. Those SA Greek guys should do some Greek style pizzas. I have a fan going even in the middle of winter. I stick my only foot out from under the blanket is difficult. That is that is true. Like I don't want
that's
to be
why I'm
overheated.
laughing right now. I'm
So
cold. I'm cold enough
yeah,
to go get in bed now, and I'd probably pass out in the next like 2 hours. But I'm now cold
yeah.
enough to get in bed. I'm pretty much when like
Well,
I was cold enough earlier. I'm like my feet are cold. I'm laying down, and Brian looked at me and he goes, "You're going to bed, aren't you?" And I'm all, "Yep." My
yeah,
feet
well,
are cold. I'm tired.
soon. We've been going for a while. Roger looks like he's ready for a kip.
Oh, he just rolled over
So,
and looked at the clock, and I'm like, "Dude, I just woke up 6 hours ago. Like you can't get me up. I know I'm waking you up. I'm up." It's like his Saturday,
Unless
and my
listening to what
iPad's
you and
about to
Mrs.
die.
Austin
That's the only
talking.
reason.
it sounds
Unless
like
listening to
Brad's
what
ready to put his
G and
put.
Mrs. Austin.
Sounds like Brad's
Unless
ready to
listening to what
stick his
Mrs.
foot
Austin
out the
G's
blanket.
talking about. Just watching. Just listen to what G and Mrs. Austin talking about. I don't even tired.
I had to
Listening.
go eat I had to go get some sausages because I was hungry. And then I'm probably gonna lay
This
in
will
bed and
have
it's probably
the
take a
hang of
good
water
I'm probably
for
gonna
bed.
lay there for a little while and just get up. But I've got
Yeah,
one more week.
need to find time to do a bloody painting video as well.
I
And
have one more
it's not
week
just
before we have to get packed up ready for because it goes Easter, and then the 1st of April, and then we're going to San Francisco the next day. So I'm
Nice.
excited. I'm excited. We're gonna go spend a few days with my sister, and so I got a week to sit down and start planning out our trip. So I'm sure you guys are. I'm sure I'm gonna share a few in the chat, but we plan
We'll
on going.
have to share some
I'm gonna
pictures
try to
like
do
you
some
posted as
content
well.
videos. Yeah, I'm gonna
Nice.
try to do some content videos so that like I can show them when we do our live and be like, look what we did, because it's gonna be
Yeah.
my sister wants to go to this building that's like 100 feet in the air and go on the roof and walk. And I hate heights. So I don't know which building she's talking about, but I will. I'll show you the one that she's talking about. You can see the whole Golden Gate Bridge. It's creepy as fuck. And I don't know if I want to do it, but my sister's all excited about it. I was like, okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's like this whole roof. I'll have to get a picture and show it to you guys. It's crazy. Yes, I believe that is the one. He's talking about it being the San Francisco Chronicle, like the newspaper, the Chronicle building. So.
For some reason I've got the mark issue going on. I'm bloody like a hologram flashing and stuff. All right, then I think we'll wrap it up there so everyone can get to their beds and get to their sausages and dream about shepherd's pie pizzas and microwave burgers.
I'm looking forward to it.
And maybe have some strange dream.
Yeah, I'm going to be dreaming of microwave burgers and Murray telling me to hurry up and eat it.
I'd tell about you to Mrs. Austin. You should do a heap of singing shorts.
It's pita bread.
He's saying he's seen one and it was
I have
really
to chew
good.
it. I have to over chew my food because it'll get stuck in my throat. So I have to like chew slowly or I'll bite the crap on the side of my cheek.
Yeah.
Bye, Becky.
The longer this string goes, more benefits G and Mark Shed talk.
All right, before we head off, does anyone have anything they want to share, or
Mrs. Austin just wants
to chew her pita bread?
Am I being loud? Is that why you're saying that? Because I'm like, I have my
no.
I feel like I'm like I'm chewing. I'm trying to chew quiet.
I just said, does anyone have anything to say? And you're like chewing, so I'm like, just said, yeah, you're going to be chewing. There you go, Roger. You can end the show for us. Take care, everyone. Shout out to Mark.
Brad. Oh, okay. Sorry. Yes, Brad. Sorry. Before you leave, I'm like, wait. Yes, Brad. He said singing, and I was like, what are you talking about? And he's like, you should do a heap of singing shorts. Yes, I have a bunch of content. I need to break it down. I have. Oh my god, I did almost a 3-hour live the other day on TikTok. So I will have content. You asked if there's anything we want to report. Yes, that would be it. I will have some singing content up because like I said, I got a new mic cord and the audio is amazing. So I'm excited to share it. But yes, sorry. I can't chew and think at the same time. I'm sorry. I was trying to hurry.
You're like, oh, this is so good. That's
make sure you subscribe to this legend, Inner Husband, Mark Shed Talk, and my awesome younger half brother, Robbo Firefly.
There you go.
I'd be the worst food reviewer ever.
Well, I was going to say that's pretty much my content as well, Mrs. Austin. I chew
Shush your face.
I don't know what to talk about.
The yum that came out of your mouth after you took a bite of that pizza, I was like, I want that pizza now. Because that was the first time, I swear, I've heard you make an actual response right after. Like, you were seriously like, I could tell you weren't expecting it. Like, you could, because not everything you smell tastes good. I'm not going to lie. I know that's the hardest part about being a food reviewer, is that not everything that you smell tastes good. And not everything that smells weird doesn't taste good. You know what I mean? Like, it goes both ways. So, that yum that came out of your mouth, I was like, damn, now I want to try it. It was, I know it, because I know that your responses are not scripted. You don't eat a piece of pizza first and then do your review, and then it's it's honest. Like that's what I mean. Like I know that you, and that's why you try to get it warm because you don't want to eat cold food because it's gonna be a bad review.
Yeah, definitely.
Like that's the point. So yeah, definitely.
Then we'll love you and leave you, and we'll